Hi everybody. Sorry. Oh my god, sorry I'm a wee bit late. My god. I was trying to clean my computer a wee bit, and for some reason trying to get rid of the temporary files was just taking forever. I have no idea why it was taking forever. So much so that I had to force restart because it was just not doing anything. Let me do this. Yes, get rid of it. Shoo. I have no idea why it's taken forever to do this. I am confusion. But anyways, how is everybody doing on this Wednesday day? It's pretty fucking windy from where I'm at. I have tea. It's Wednesday. There we go. That's clean. Anyways, okay, I guess I can continue playing, Minecraft. It's either I do Minecraft or, I do something else. Which, you know what? It's already late. I might as well just go ahead and play some Minecraft. This might take a moment, because I didn't get it set up. Because again, the pooter. She was fighting me. She threw hands. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hi, Lunar. Hi. The computer lives. She's put in a lot of work. She's put in a lot of work. I was trying to clean all the temporary files in my computer, but for some godforsaken reason, it was taking so long. I was confusion. I started that about a full-on hour ago. And by an hour ago, I mean 5 o'clock. Because I was like, okay, that'll give me about an hour and a half as well. It's like, you'll be done by then, because it's temporary files. That usually goes fast. No, it's a lie. It didn't go fast at all. She still got this. You're damn right. She still got these. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm a wee bit late. A wee bit late is an understatement. Like, I was so late that mom came in and she thought I was still streaming. I was like, I'm not streaming yet. Man. Just looks out into the distance. Man. I was honestly, like, okay. I might have to stop playing Minecraft after, like, Monday. Main reason is because I keep hearing Minecraft noises. I shit you not. And it's not like, oh, it's like you hear the pickaxe or anything. No, 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 no. I swear to God, I thought I heard a zombie and a creeper noise. I hear the arrows. I hear the noises. Like earlier, something outside was making a noise and it sounded almost similar to that of a zombie's groan, like a it's like the fuck. This was coming no. Dude, I'd cry. But I think this might be a sign from God. I need to stop playing Minecraft to play something else. I heard that, and then like later down the line, at some point, or like the same day, by the way, I swore I heard like a creeper's as if it was about to blow up, and I was like, no, don't you dare. Reminder, I didn't even have the computer on at this point. I was watching a video, and it was not even Minecraft related, and I was hearing this shit. I think that's a sign I should probably stop at one point. Yeah. I think my brain needs a break from Minecraft, otherwise I'm gonna start hearing it everywhere. Getting them phantom noises going. So I believe after Monday, depending on how long mom wants to play Minecraft, excuse me, because, you know, mama stream, and she wants to try Minecraft out. Excuse me. Oh my god. Model, what the fuck? Fuck is your problem? Why is my model lagging so badly today? Hello? I guarantee you it was not because of the video. Why is my... I have no idea what's going on. Why is my model so slow today? You know how I said, oh, I might be streaming at least a full week, like a full 5 days, whenever April comes around, if Twitch is, changes are legit and not, dumb and shit. I don't even think my computer can handle the 3 days I have up, so... That might be a pipe dream. It might unironically just be a pipe dream at this point. Fuck. My computer really said no. And Dad's a cringe. Oh, that emote's funny. Dad's a cringe. My computer really said, more 5 days of streaming? Dies. Of cringe. No thanks. Oh man. Okay, looks like everything's running a wee bit better now. So today either you guys want me to continue playing Minecraft, or I maybe try and draw something. I don't know. I was thinking about it because my tablet drivers, I had to restart my computer, so my tablet drivers are all up, and I haven't closed out of them yet. But again, that's only up to you guys. Do you guys want me to continue playing Minecraft, or do you guys want me to draw? Because I could do either. It's just yeah. Yeah. So I can actually use my tablet this time around. I think I have the sensitivity fixed. Well, not fixed. I think I have the sensitivity working too. Where did I put the tablet? Oh no, I know where I put it. Never mind. It's right there, right in front of my dumb face. It was hidden by paper. Teehee. Actually, I'm just gonna let you guys pick, cause I can play Minecraft, or I can just sit and draw, and we can listen to music and maybe watch some videos on the side. It's up to you guys. Cause my ears are like, if you play Minecraft one more fucking time. Meanwhile, I'm like, the mines do sure look tasty. If I do decide to draw, I don't know if I will actually, because every time I try and draw attractive characters I really like, I always get like secondhand embarrassment and then I stop. But I was thinking of maybe trying to draw Malleus. My tum. Ah! Move that. I'm not feeling the same. Oh, nope, there it is. There's that little delay I was expecting. How weird. There's like a little delay. Weird. Okay. So, I'll let you guys choose. Actually, speaking of, I should probably start finding the place of music. At least for the background. Because it's awkward when it's just too silent. Also, it's been super windy today. This one, Your Honor. I like this one. There we go. Mm-hmm. You might actually be able to hear the wind going off in the background. I'm not entirely sure though, but you might be able to hear it. So the wind has been really strong today. Not like super, oh no, I'm so scared because it's that strong sort of deal. No. It's strong. Cute little gusts here and there. But apparently it was so strong that we have, I think, the front door, quote unquote, open, and I have my window open. And apparently that is enough to have the wind somehow open my door. I woke up to the sound of my door opening, and I thought it was a little doggo opening the door, because the little one really wants to get into my room, but me being legitimately allergic to the poor little doggo, I can't have her in here, which hurts my soul, because she's a cute little muffin. Very cute, absolutely adorable. Can't have her in here, though. Otherwise, I'm gonna be sneezing and all this other stuff up a storm. I would not be able to breathe, put it simply. So I thought it was like her, and I was just like, so I texted mom, and I was like, hey mom, is our little one, is she with you right now? Because I think she opened my door. I didn't get an answer back, but I got out of bed, I closed the door, and then I went back to bed. And then I was just like chilling on my phone because I was like, you know what? I'm up. Whatever. I don't give a shit. And I just started checking things on my phone. And next thing I know, I hear the door open again, and I'm like, no fucking way. And I look down, the dog's not there, no one's at the door, and it's just open. I was like, no, not like this. I had to do this like 2 more times before. We figured, like, me and Mom kind of figured out. It was like, oh yeah, it's probably the wind opening it, even though my window wouldn't be opening it. I thought it would at least keep the door closed, but I guess not. And my door's not in front of the front door in any way, shape, or form. It's like probably the furthest from the front door. But I digress. It could cause the gust, so I'm not what is the word I'm thinking of? So I'm not gonna fight against that logic. Because, to be fair, when a strong gust does happen, I do hear my door jingle, so yeah, 100%. 100% that. I might end up having to just draw today. My computer is giving me so much sass! I don't know if I'll be able to play Minecraft. I really need to do some maintenance on baby girl. I was trying to do it. Oh yeah, no, my stuff is super laggy. Which, to be fair, isn't a problem because I'm decked out in full-on netherite, but still. I can always just draw. It's been a while since I've drawn. And plus, nothing... It won't hurt to have a little chill winds day, especially when it's so damn windy. Alright, I think I'll skip Minecraft for today. Monday, I guarantee you it's gonna be like A-okay now. Let me go ahead and switch the thing. There we go. I don't know what the hell's running in the background. By the way, Lunar, have you gotten everything in Final Fantasy from the Moogle event yet? Maybe that will help? Oh, wait. Did I not turn off? No, I did. It turned back on, the bitch. Fuck. Go away. I don't want to see you. Yeah, since I'm so late today and my computer's being a little silly little shit today, I think I'll just go ahead and sit and draw. Maybe I'll even attempt to draw Malleus. I'm actually kind of scared to draw Malleus because it's like, what if I draw him ugly? What if I draw my wife ugly? I don't want that to happen. I don't want to draw my wife ugly. That's a crime. That's a crime. You hear? Well, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well open Firefox up so I can put some videos up. Cause I like watching stuff while I do light art. delicious. Oh yeah, that means I can get Mom's model when Monday hits too. Yippee! You get to see Celestia again. Ooh, you guys hear that wind? Beautiful. It is bringing a nice cool breeze into my room, TBH. There's the car. Looks like Pomfiore's song finally came out too. I've yet to hear it. I want to hear the full versions of these songs though. These little snippets ain't gonna cut it. I need the full song. I need it! Wait. Wait. No. Wait a minute. No! 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 Fuck! I don't have enough keys! No! Fuck. Okay. Apparently we got some confirmation. In April, Club Card Malleus is going to release. Oh. Oh no. My wife! He came home way too fast! Oh man. At least. Wait, do you get Ville's birthday? Nope, Research Raincoat Malleus comes out before Ville's birthday. Fuck! Shit! No! Is it this one? Yeah, look! Look! My adorable wife. He's coming out! Like, super fast! Fuck! I didn't even get my 2,000 gems yet. Aw, man, I hope he comes home early. Cause that was the other card that I really wanted to get as well. If I can get if I can get this Malleus like quickly, then I can get his New Year's one then. Because I'll be saving up for like until New Year's. Because as far as I know, there's not really any other card that I really want. Unless we're counting story cards, and in that case, I got a couple I want to get. But in terms of just like event cards, Malleus is the one I really want to get. Just Malleus. Fuck. But Bill's Red Carpet Cadets is that what they're really gonna call it? Okay, fair, fair. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not that I don't like Vil. I do like Vil. But, not really my top priority on getting his cards. Let's see. Do y'all want to watch some Ponder Sprocket? Her videos are usually really good with stuff like this. I like watching Ponder Sprocket. Ponder Sprocket has some really good videos to watch. I hope watching her videos on stream is okay. Whoops. Oh, is Bluetooth... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, is Bluetooth turned off? It's not. Let's see, which one are we gonna pick? Actually, before I get too busy with stuff, I need to go to the bathroom. So, BRB everybody. I'm gonna go bathroom and then we'll start getting stuff ready to draw. And then I'll put on a Ponder Sprocket video. I have returned. I feel better. Continue with the music. We demand macaroni pictures. Macaroni pictures you shall, maybe, possibly. What if I just found a art brush that just made everything look like macaroni? God, that'd be so funny. I wonder if there is a brush like that out there, actually. I'm curious now. Hang on, I need to grab my tablet. Because I can actually use it this time. Whoa! Gimme. Ah. This would be acceptable. Yeah, I want to... Okay, so... I'm going to attempt... Alright, attempt to try and draw Malleus. I don't have big hopes that I'm gonna be able to actually pull this off, because every time I try and draw a character I really like, and they're really attractive, I'm like, what if I make him ugly? And then I stop. Making my... I haven't even used the damn thing yet, and I've already lost the pen. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I just sat it down. I need a leash on this damn thing! Where'd it go? Hello? Bruh. I haven't even used it and I already lost the fucking pen. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over there. Oops. Give me a second. I just outright didn't grab it. Smart. It's there. I can't lose what you don't have, but I have it, I swear. It just starts crying. Okay, let's find a video. I'm pulling up Ponder Sprocket because her videos are really good to listen to. Tell it to the courts. So I'm gonna put on some Ponder Sprocket. Now, a lot of the stuff Ponder Sprocket talks about can go into really heavy territory, so thankfully there's a good couple of warnings before the videos. Let's see, what video are we gonna watch? Doom, 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 doom. Here's a rebuttal. No! Not the nickels. You fiend. She's got a couple of good videos. I just don't know which ones to put on. Objection! Object these nuts, Your Honor! Blue crashed out at the judge. Is this justified? Actually, let's watch a video of her talking about artwork. Since that seems fitting. Alright, now I just need images of Malleus so I can get the overruled. Overruled with a spiral. How dare. How dare you? I just want to pull up some Malleus images. Fuck! He's beautiful. How am I gonna be able to draw that? I can't. I don't have gifted hands. I have really small hands and they're not gifted at all. Bruh. That's actually funny. Wait a minute, what if I just drew baby Malleus? I could draw him with a cute flower on his head. Genius! I could still draw him without having to worry about making him ugly. Because he has no thoughts in his eyes as a baby. I've cracked the code! Damn, I don't know if you can hear that, but that wind is going nice. I need to stop the music anyways. Well, actually, I'll wait until I have the video. You know what? No. Because when the video starts, it's gonna sound like really bad. I'm gonna have the pop-up player come out. Hey, there it is. It kind of does block a lot of it, though. Does block most of the... What if I squished it? I don't know what they're yelling about. They scare me. What if I just squished this? Squish. Would that work? I don't know. I have too many things on the screen. Let me squish it. I mean, we're mostly just gonna be listening to her video, so I guess doing this wouldn't hurt too much, right? Right? Maybe? Maybe? Let me reset and then just squish. Oh, whoops. I don't fucking stop. Would that work? Is that better? So that way you can still see my artwork, but also see the video on the top right corner. Would that work? Okay, good. So I'll just get rid of the music for the time being because we're going to be listening to her video instead. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and start playing it. I'm going to move it. Actually, I won't be able to watch the video. I'll just be able to listen to it though. Okay, that'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do.
So originally this video was going to be called something
Does it sound good?
After scripting it, stepping away, and mellowing out for a bit, I realized that the video was mostly just me venting out my frustration about a past video topic in an unhealthy way. So, this is the slightly healthier version. Although I probably am still going to be pretty miffed for a bit of this, I won't lie. This actually relates back to a video...
Oh, that's because my headphones are next to the mic, I'm sorry.
Anyone who watched the videos in question will probably figure it out pretty quickly, but the context of that particular situation is sort
Does that sound better?
necessary, so basically it goes as follows. A non-binary artist with a variety of mental health issues would create their own original characters, the most prominent of which was based on themselves, and portray them in situations based on the artist's
Look at this little
delusions.
baby. How can you get mad at
It
that?
also
You can't.
demonstrated elements of abusive relationships,
Impossible,
which
I tell you.
also reflected
Impossible.
what the artist was dealing with in their private life.
Good.
Many of these emotions were focused into the artist's work. In and just after high school, this artist had an extreme falling out with a group of friends, also themselves artists, as the artist
His little
exhibited
beak.
emotionally and physically
There's not a
abusive,
single thought
possessive
behind those
behavior,
eyes.
and would threaten self-harm to manipulate those now ex-friends. A few years later, another artist, someone who was completely unconnected to the previous events, made a video vaguely referring to these past events through
Okay, let's draw baby
and then
Melly.
coupled that with much more serious,
Fuck, I'm gonna draw him
unsubstantiated
doing.
claims primarily based on unfavorable outside interpretations of the artist's work. Oh, and the unfavorable interpretations came from the ex-friends of the artist, as is the case with so many things on my channel, because it's like none of us can escape it. The unfavorable interpretations basically claim that the artist was creating, how far into this video am I? Content that would appeal to people who like small, underdeveloped humans in an inappropriate setting. I'm sure you're clever enough to figure out the code. And you know, normally my main issue would be with the false allegations, right? It's damaging to a person's mental health, to their career, to their self-esteem, all that hullabaloo. If you accuse people of serious offenses, especially in a public forum, the person generally faces consequences for it, even if it's not true. Sometimes from their audience, sometimes from their employers, sometimes within their personal and familial relationships. That's why spreading false information directed against a single individual can be so detrimental. It punishes someone who doesn't necessarily deserve to be punished, condemns them in the public eye, and unfairly forces them into a more difficult and stressful position, and they're the ones left picking up the pieces of their reputation while the accuser gets to fuck off to Maui Clout Island or something. And yes, this is going to be a thing that applies to future videos, because hey-ho, it never stops. But see, that's not the only thing I'm mad at. I'm mad that a bunch of artists saw fit to censor another artist because they didn't like that person's work. Not because the work was illegal, or because the artist was purposely trying to goad people on or hurt people, but because the work of that artist, who drew this character based off of themselves with self-harm scars shared by the artist, which carried themes of their struggles with mental health issues, made people uncomfortable. In an ideal world, the response to that would be, well, no, duh, it makes you uncomfortable, it's about mental illness. Mental health struggles are not a cakewalk in the park, it's more like a punch in the face, or a fire in your brain, or rats under your skin. Or the weight of the planet pressing down on you, or your body crumbling underneath you. Point is, that's why they're called struggles. And artistically, there are a lot of different ways that they can be expressed, shared, and experienced. As with, I'm discovering, many recurring issues in the present day, this could easily be blamed on the internet since, in this case in particular, it would be considered the prolific supplier of art. In our everyday lives, the art that we choose to surround ourselves with is generally catered to our own emotional needs. We seek out art that speaks to each of us on an individual level, and in cases where people are privileged enough to do so, we put together this little bubble of artwork that makes us feel the most comfortable, a balanced artistic stasis. Yet there's always the chance that stasis gets interrupted. On the internet, in all of the feeds and timelines and homepages a person scrolls through, they're bound to come across art that they don't particularly like. opinions too, and keep that in mind for some talking points, but we're not strictly talking about that today. Whether that be because they don't like how it looks, or because they don't relate to it, or because the piece and its themes actively elicit negative emotions from the viewer. And I'm probably very wrong on this, but it looks like, within that little bubble of meticulously catered comfort, some artists have gotten it into their heads that art that makes you uncomfortable doesn't have a right to exist. Boy, have I got news for you! That was a long intro, but I'll work with it. Blah blah, hi-ho dealio. Artists trying to cancel each other for their personal subjective tastes is dumb. This is basically like the most recent iteration of an art rant. I don't like this art, change it. It's some of the most entitled bullshit I've had the displeasure of coming across in the art community, and the fact that it was coming from and being predominantly spread by other artists was so infuriating. Even more so, knowing that it will happen again, it has happened again, many times that I've seen since this particular situation. Are you guys kidding me? Have you lost your senses? Like, am I the crazy one here? In what world has it ever been acceptable to demand that an artist change the nature of their work because it offends your precious sensibilities? Excuse me? No. No, no. That's not how that works. Did we all just forget that freedom of expression is like a thing? When you go to a gallery, do you scream and holler if you come across a piece you don't like? Or do you do the sensible thing and just keep walking? Why can't that apply online? Why can't these people just keep scrolling? Even more baffling is that the work of the artist from the situation I'm referring to, not even the most recent example of this, doesn't even begin to border on the levels of some of the more controversial artists and art pieces in the world. But despite that, people managed to rile themselves into hypocritical frenzies regardless, not only berating this artist for pieces that were factually not the romanticizing of mental health or promotion of self-harm they were claimed to be, but also for artistic choices that the accusers were blatantly also including in their own artwork. And do you want to know why I'm specifically so angry about that? Because they tried to use the artist's work to portray them as a bad person. Can you imagine what a horrible precedent that would set? To judge whether an artist was a good person based on an interpretation of their work relayed by someone else who's never even met them? Hang on, I'm gonna read one line from my original script. A random 19-year-old saying that the work of someone they actively don't like is borderline pedophilic doesn't mean the work is actually pedophilic, you borderline dumb fucks. Sorry, I just happened to think that was funny. Is this based on ignorance? Must be, because if it wasn't, then I'd only have to assume it was based on malice. Or perhaps jealousy, in the vein of, I can't do what you can do, so you have to stop doing it so I can feel better about myself. And so to all of those artists who managed to be convinced that this work was so bad that it needed to stop existing, I have one question for you. Have you guys not seen how disturbing and gross art can be? Have you guys not stared at a piece so visceral you had to clutch your heart so you could hold out? Have you not felt the shudder of a visual story permeating through your body? Have you not had to avert your eyes in disgust only to try and glance back with a macabre sense of curiosity? Have none of y'all gone to art school? Okay, in fairness, that was a lot more than one question, but I hope you understand my point. Because if you had, I imagine it would have been explained at some point that art isn't always candy and roses, and can sometimes express really dark and depressing subject matters. Though I suppose if you hadn't, and you were overall ignorant to the broader art world, then you might be tricked by someone who presents this work with subject matter you've never seen, or which focuses on themes that you've been told over and over by the community as a whole, because it's not like the general community could be just as uninformed and stupid, are bad to include in your art, then sure, they might be able to trick you into thinking that this work is bad, quote unquote. But then how do you react to works that are seen as being objectively more disturbing, but which are still put on display? Do you tear them off the walls of galleries in protest? Do you make videos ascribing how these famous dead artists promote harmful rhetoric in their pieces? Or do you not bother because it's easier to go after a single, still living artist with acknowledged mental health and relationship issues, and to then send hordes of people after them anonymously over the internet? See? Malice. Whew. And that's not even discussing the damage that this practice does on other, generally younger artists who are exploring the same or similar themes or tropes as the ones being publicly scrutinized. Honestly, it always ends up being younger artists who then have to keep their work in line with these arbitrary, ever-changing, hypocritical standards. To relate directly back to the videos that spawned this ramble, do you have any idea how many comments I got from young artists expressing relief that they were not actually bad people for including their own mental health struggles in their work? Yeah, it's a surprise to absolutely no one that the people who get tricked into pushing this, your art is bad, therefore you are bad narrative, are either young or otherwise largely uninformed about art as a whole. Ignorance is malleable and something these people can direct. Mostly because if you're ignorant about something, you can be convinced to be mad about it because you essentially don't know any better. If you've ever had a family member who told you half-truths to get you on their side, only for your opinion to change when you hear the full story, it's kind of like that. The family member is the person peddling this narrative. The half-truth is the claim that the art is gross and bad for that reason. And the full story is the context of all of modern historical art on record. Oh, you don't understand the broader implications of disturbing art and expression? Okay, well, this artist draws gore and self-harm. That's bad, right? So they're bad. Go tell them as such. All this does is vilify and hurt people, and for the malicious propagators of this harmful narrative, that's really all they want most of the time. This narrative often then comes right back around to bite them in the ass because they don't think ahead or really consider what they're promoting. They look for things to complain about and just present it in a way to make someone else look bad, even if those bad actions are things they've done themselves and will continue to do in the future. Why? Because the actions are not actually bad. They're just framed as such for the purposes of vilifying the artist being called out. This really is one of the rare cases where don't like, don't watch works, because the art isn't being critiqued or criticized, it's being argued as to whether or not it's allowed to exist. So much of this issue wouldn't be an issue if people weren't so wrapped up in their own comfortable little art bubbles. If the propagator preached their narrative to an audience that was intimately aware of the broader scope of disturbing art, that narrative would gain no traction. How can someone convince a group of artists that the work of another is bad and shouldn't be made if those artists are aware of objectively more disturbing and controversial pieces that are displayed in galleries, taught about in classrooms, and adored by millions? Well, for one thing, convincing them is then made significantly more difficult, and who doesn't enjoy making life difficult for people who try to expose and lie about those they don't like? So, as per many things in life, the solution is to educate yourself. Or have someone else do it in the form of a video where they explain that controversial art exists and it's not the end of the world if an artist explores themes that make you or others uncomfortable. If y'all aren't expecting me to list off a bunch of visually or conceptually disturbing, creepy, and controversial art in ascending date of creation, and that this sentence isn't just a preemptive warning so that you know to avert your eyes if you're sensitive to that sort of thing. The Triumph of Death, Peter Bruegel the Elder, 1562. Massacre of the Innocents, Peter Paul Rubens, 1611. Judith slaying Holofernes, Artemisia Gentileschi, 1612. Heads of Torture Victims, Study for the Raft of the Medusa, Theodore Géricault, 1814. The Disasters of War series, Francisco Goya, 1810 to 1820. The Slave Ship, J.M.W. Turner, 1840. Diomedes being eaten by his horses, Gustave Moreau, 1865. The Face of War, Salvador Dali, 1940. Painting, Francis Bacon, 1946. Equally, his study after Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X, 1953. Big Electric Chair, Andy Warhol, 1967. Deterioration of Mind Over Matter, Otto Rapp, 1973. The Young Family, Patricia Piccinini, 2002. Mark Quinn's Self-Portraits, 1991 to 2011. Embrace the Bass, Andrea Hassler, 2013. Tree, Paul McCarthy, 2014. Jonathan Payne's Fleshlets, The Disturbing Anatomical Works of Valerio Karuba, The Collective Photography of Joel Peter Witkin, basically all of the works of Zdzislaw Beksinski. I mean, when you really think about it, artists love to depict scary or gruesome topics. It's almost like there's a reason behind that. Almost like, I don't know, art is a tool for emotional expression that can range throughout the entire human emotional spectrum. Or are you honestly of the delusion that art is only supposed to make you feel happy, nice emotions, and no art piece will ever make you question or bring attention to an uncomfortable topic? You can dislike a piece of art, I'm not saying that you can't. You can ramble on about how much you dislike it and exactly why. But how much of a spoiled child do you have to be to demand that something you don't like stop existing at the expense of someone else's enjoyment or artistic expression? More so, to demand that the creative works of a single person are not allowed to exist because you personally don't enjoy them. For reasons outside of the art itself, I might add. It's almost like that's childish behavior. And because I don't want this entire video to just be me rambling semi-incoherently about why this is stupid and makes me mad, here are my proper arguments for why you shouldn't do that. Part 1. Controversy. Bruh, you haven't even seen controversial art if this is what you're non-maliciously concerned over. Art can be labeled as controversial for a variety of different reasons. Some, yes, having to do with themes directly portrayed within the art itself. Other subjects of issue could have to do with the placement, the medium of choice, the visuals, or even for the feelings and actions evoked within the audience. Yes, there are cases of people going, the art made me do a bad thing, so the art is to blame. Yoko Ono's Cut Piece and Marina Abramovic's Rhythm Zero were performative pieces that directly hinged on audience participation. Cut Piece, originally performed in 1964, instructed the audience that they were allowed to cut pieces of fabric from the suit worn by the emotionless, expressionless artist Ono as she sat alone on a stage. Audience interaction ranged from hesitant participants cautiously removing a piece of clothing from her sleeve or skirt, to more bold participants who would cut cloth from her blouse or bra. All the while, Ono did not interact with them. Equally, Rhythm Zero was Marina Abramovic's 6-hour performative exhibit from a decade later in 1974. Abramovic would stand still on a stage along with her exhibit visitors, indicating that they were also a part of this piece, whilst 72 various objects, a feather boa, a rose, olive oil, honey, perfume, nails, grapes, wine, scissors, a scalpel, a metal bar, a gun with a single bullet loaded, etc., and a set of instructions were placed on a nearby table. The instructions read, Instructions. There are 72 objects on the table that one can use on me as desired. Performance. I am the object. During this period, I take full responsibility. Duration, 6 hours, 8 p.m. to 2 p.m. Thomas McEvely, an art critic present for the performance, wrote about the events that transpired. It began tamely. Someone turned her around. Someone thrust her arms into the air. Someone touched her somewhat intimately. The Neapolitan night began to heat up. In the 3rd hour, all her clothes were cut from her with razor blades. In the 4th hour, the same blades began to expose her skin. Her throat was slashed so someone could suck her blood. Various minor sexual assaults were carried out on her body. She was so committed to the piece that she would not have resisted rape or murder. Faced with her abdication of will, with its implied collapse of human psychology, a protective group began to define itself in the audience. When a loaded gun was thrust to Marina's head and her own finger was being worked around the trigger, a fight broke out between the audience factions. By the time the performance had completed, Abramovic, dripping with her own blood and tears, acknowledged a fear of direct confrontation in her once willing audience. As soon as she became a person again and no longer an object for them to do with as they pleased, they had become unable to face her as that person, unable to look her in the eyes or address her given what they had done in the preceding hours. Despite Rhythm Zero being considered one of the most powerful performance pieces on record, the artist was not left without her own scars. I feel the need to make note that Rhythm Zero was actually the final installment in a series of performative pieces, all of which focused on Abramovic relinquishing control or offering her physical safety as tribute for her own art. Rhythm 10 saw her cut up her fingers. During Rhythm 5, she lost consciousness due to smoke inhalation in the middle of a burning star and was rescued by audience members, much to her dismay. In Rhythm 2, she ingested 2 pills, one to treat catatonia and the other schizophrenia, and experienced the effects live in front of an audience. And in Rhythm 4, once again, she pushed herself to her limits by inhaling air from an industrial fan, fell unconscious, and was helped by gallery staff, again to her dismay. These pieces serve to dehumanize the artist, the proverbial object the audience is given carte blanche to shape however they wish, and witness to what extent the participants will push their own limits when confronted with an object that doesn't fight back. How much of the behavior is innate? How much is pressured? Will humans cater to a moral code even when there is no punishment from deviating from it? How much is a person willing to do to another who has never harmed them? How much will people hurt one another given the chance? How far will people go? Obviously, quite far. It will come as no surprise to learn that not everyone liked these performances. If we were to judge it by the ridiculous standards presented before, where an artist creating a character with self-harm scars based on themselves is inherently bad and promoting self-harm, then how would one address
I'm not
a
liking how
piece
this
that
is looking
was
so
the
far.
viewer doing the damage? A piece that turns the artist
not looking
into
cute,
a
it's looking rather
canvas
freaky,
that would
actually.
then be harmed as a part of the presentation, anticipated beforehand or not. Harm effectively became a part of these pieces, and the issue, as previously presented, was the showcasing of physical harm, correct? With those standards in mind, would the artist be at fault for presenting themselves as their canvas? Would the audience be at fault for indulging the intentions of the artist? Would the gallery be at fault for hosting what would become such a damaging and disturbing presentation? Is the artist to blame for any trauma felt by the audience members, or is it their own fault for acting upon the piece as they saw fit? The participants who acted upon the objects were given a variety of options in terms of the tools they used, and were given absolutely no guidelines as to what actions to take. So are the actions uniquely their fault? Was it a building of atmosphere that caused people to increasingly dehumanize Abramovic? Was it people taking advantage of the atmosphere to do as they pleased? Or was it a matter of people challenging Abramovic's constitution and not knowing where to draw that line? There's no real easy single answer, and that's the point. Art does not have to be black and white, good or bad. Shades of gray exists, my dudes. You would think that a bunch of artists would know that. Now, one would hope that no sane person would say that Abramovic was at fault and that because she didn't object to being harmed by her audience participants, she's a bad person for creating harmful content and putting it out in the world. Let's be real, without a trigger warning, this was the 70s, but you know, there's gonna be someone. The point is, you can likely recognize that controversial art that is far worse than they draw their own self-harm scars exists and is permitted to exist. So again, why would people think it was totally okay to try and cancel an artist for creating pieces with uncomfortable topics? Unsatisfied with the example of an artist turning what is effectively their own trauma and powerlessness into an art piece? Okay, what about art that's controversial because of the subject matter portrayed and the grotesque execution? Eating People was a performative installation created by Chinese contemporary artist Zhu Yu. His art, which tends to draw attention through shock value, tends to also question moral agendas, and he is widely considered one of the most controversial artists in China. So it may not seem like much of a stretch to hear that in 2000 he performed a piece centered around the topic of cannibalism. Eating People was a conceptual modern art piece that saw him cook and eat what was alleged to be a human fetus. While the exhibit was promptly removed, the photographs taken that would have served as the exhibit themselves in the days after the initial presentation survived and found their way online as part of tabloid gossip in the form of, "Oh my god, you guys, the Chinese literally eat babies!" In response to public criticism, Zhu Yu said, "I herewith announce my intention and my aim to eat people as a protest against mankind's moral idea that he/she cannot eat people. No religion forbids cannibalism, nor can I find any law which prevents us from eating people. I took advantage of the space between morality and the law and based my work on it." Based on this, despite the work being visually grotesque and seemingly promoting the fact that there is no direct law against cannibalism for you to cite, it's totally legal. Morally questionable and visually disturbing, yes, but legal. Even if he did eat a human fetus, which, yeah, no, he probably just made meat look like a baby. He is an artist after all. His art piece exists in the boundary between law and morality. We know cannibalism is wrong, and so seeing someone enact it upon a helpless infant, something that most of us are pretty protective of, elicits a visceral disturbance in the audience. Despite that, it's not illegal. Something that we know to be wrong, deplorable, and seemingly a criminal act isn't against the law. So what does that say about law and morality? If you guess that it doesn't always coincide, you would be right. So what you're saying is, disturbing art, though it may make us uncomfortable, has the right to exist within the confines of the law. Weird, what a novel concept. And realistically, that's just applying to artists who want their work to remain within the confines of the law, because yeah, Even when you say, as long as it's not illegal, it's fine? Excuse me. There are still going to be artists who flagrantly throw their art in the law's face, and people will still argue the value and merit of those works. Banksy would actually fall into this camp. Because of the places Banksy chooses to display their works, while widely adored and with efforts to protect them, legally it just boils down to the work being vandalism. It could then be argued that Banksy's street art could be promoting or, dear God, glorifying the vandalism of public property. It could even be further argued that public response, turning Banksy into the widely recognized name we know today, only serves to exemplify the problem and prove that the work is being put up on a pedestal despite technically being illegal. Want to argue that work that has intense meaning behind it should be preserved and that this creates an exception? Okay, so might I then introduce you to Dadaism, an art movement that spawned during the First World War from a collection of anti-war artists who sought refuge in Switzerland. In February 1916, Hugo Ball and Emmy Hemmings opened the Cabaret Voltaire, which would become a hub for avant-garde artists to voice their distaste of the pointless horrors of war. As a means of expressing their rejection of the war and the aesthetics of modern capitalist society, Dada artists met such perceived pointlessness in equal measure, creating artwork out of nonsense and irrationality. In 1913, Marcel Duchamp coined the phrase anti-art as a means of describing art that challenged the definition of art as it was known, and this would later fit perfectly into the Dadaist movement. Dadaism is characterized by spontaneity, humor, freedom, irrationalism, and nonsense. Some examples of Dadaist pieces include Optophone 1, Francis Picabia, 1922, Fountain, Marcel Duchamp, 1917, The Art Critic, Raoul Haussmann, 1919 to 1920, The Scat Players, Otto Dix, 1920, Cut with a Kitchen Knife, Dada Through the Last Weimar Beer Belly Cultural Epoch of Germany, Hannah Hawk, 1919, Rayograph, Man Ray, 1922, Mustache Hat, Hans Arp, 1932, Switzerland, Birthplace of Dada, Max Ernst, 1920. Mind you, I'm only including visual pieces as they're easier to demonstrate. The Dada movement spanned not just the visual arts of painting, collage, photography, and sculpture, but also poetry and sound media. Contextually, these pieces had historical and emotional reasons behind their creation, but the pieces themselves are touted as nonsense, and therefore exist without a strong meaning being present in the art itself. Yet that lack of sense is a part of the piece. So even if one wants to argue that these works have no reason to exist because there is no reason behind them, that's the point. That lack of reason is the reason behind the piece, and the pieces themselves exist to highlight that fact. It's basically a paradox. Confusing, I know, just roll with it. At the end of the day, the gist is that artistic works, even without a perceptible reason to exist, or theme portrayed with purpose, are still allowed to exist, even if the presentation of the piece itself is prone to evoke confusion, distaste, or anger. Art can evolve many feelings in the viewer, and should not be permitted to exist exclusively based on whether it promotes positive or negative feelings in a viewer. Yes, a viewer, as in a single viewer's opinion. In that same regard, pieces that inadvertently evoke disgust, discomfort, or traumatic memories, much like the pieces in the situation I've been complaining about for however many minutes, even without a meaning perceptible to the viewer, should be allowed to exist on the merit of them being artistic works. Art can be without meaning, or can have a disturbing meaning. Art can teeter on the boundaries of law and morality, or be directly within them. Art can be thrown in the face of law and expectations. Art can exist purely for the sake of existing and be allowed to exist. Controversial art, no matter what side of the controversy you stand on, is allowed to exist. There will always be varying degrees of consequences that an artist must take on for the creation of their works. For Yoko Ono and Marina Abramovic, the consequences came from the pieces themselves as the public humiliation of the artists, their trauma, and the criticism of their work to follow. For Zhu Yu, it would be the acceptance that a viscerally disturbing piece might be removed from public viewing because it's too intense for the general population, and a gallery has the right to do that, as well as the rumors and disgust that would arise from people assuming the artist ate an infant. Although you could still count the media reaction to those images alone artful in and of itself, Not in a good way, but still. For Banksy, it comes from the risk of where he places his art, the consequences being that his work can be written off as vandalism, or, in turn, vandalized by other street artists. An artist should be prepared to deal with the consequences of their own pieces, although even in instances where the artist isn't prepared, it doesn't mean that the art should not then exist. It just, in general, works out better if an artist knows how to deal with the public response to the works they put out into that public, because they can then appropriately display and market those works. In an online setting, that might manifest as, I don't know, trigger warnings and preemptive acknowledgments of the work before a viewer is able to dive into the gallery. I hope by this point my dissatisfaction with a bunch of artists touting that another artist's work shouldn't exist is becoming more and more understandable. Part 2. Subjectivity. Something we should all start learning in kindergarten is that not everybody is the same. Even discounting physical differences, we all have different life experiences.
Jesus, the person who's out
dreams,
there.
traumas,
Enough.
struggles, strengths, and opinions. We like and dislike different things. We have different fears, different aspirations, different favorite animals. Basically, everything that makes you, you, could be the exact opposite for somebody else, or equally, everything that makes up someone else could be completely different in you. In this regard, we acknowledge that everyone has a right to exist. Everyone is valid, be it their experiences, their feelings, or their right to live on this planet, provided their wants and actions do not impede the ability for someone else to live their lives the way that they want to. Everyone should be allowed to live their lives. You want to decorate your house with tacky garden gnomes because they make you smile? Go for it. You want to learn how to surf so you can go out and befriend dolphins? Weird, but I support your drive. You want to only buy green things because it's your favorite color? You go, Grandma. You want to tattoo yourself blue because it helps you come out of your shell? Who's gonna stop you? As long as you're not breaking the law where you live, theoretically, you should be able to live your life however you see fit. But I think we all know that life isn't quite as simple as all that. Some people just really want to insert themselves into other people's business and tell them what they can and can't do.
Bro.
Karens. And that usually happens to coincide with what they're personally comfortable with, not taking into consideration anyone else's comfort or tolerance levels. They might even tell you what art is and isn't allowed to exist based on their own personal subjectivity. Art Karens. How
The
dare
worst.
Galleria della Commedia display the statue of David to the public? Don't they know that you can see his
Pain is
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children? Subjectivity is the phenomena by which everyone reacts to their experiences of the world differently, whether in thought or by action. It is, in a sense, the opposite of objective reality, something which can theoretically be measured and viewed in a manner that remains constant, whereas subjectivity is the human brain's ability to take that constant and change perception of it based on personal feelings or opinions. For example, let's bring back Marcel Duchamp's Fountain. Objectivity only deals with perceptible and replicatable reality as it is understood. Objectively, this piece is a porcelain urinal on display, signed with the pseudonym R. Mutt, and the date of its creation, 1917. Subjectively, this piece could be a representation of the disposability of modern art. The placement of it, along with its flowing porcelain curves, could be seen as feminine and equally designed for the function of male genitalia. It could be taken as commentary on artists who are so willing to sign their names to unfinished or lackluster pieces without consideration for what their name is then attached to. The use of a ready-made object, in particular one used for plumbing, could be seen as bringing focus to and putting on a pedestal the only worthwhile contribution a civilization has to offer. It could be seen as a mockery of gallery work and the process of analyzing art to find deeper meaning. Other possible meanings for the R. Mutt signature present the option that this pedestal-placed piece could be a stand-in for a golden calf, the overall visuals mocking such an interpretation and worship. All of these are subjective interpretations of the meaning behind this piece. None of them are objectively correct, but in that sense, none of them are then objectively wrong either. Someone's subjective reading of an art piece has to do with who they are as a person, what they've experienced, what they value in life, and all that wonderful hullabaloo that makes us all individuals. What you see in an art piece reflects what you have seen before, I suppose, unless you're an art critic trying to discern the original intention from the mind of the artist themselves, but we're more referring to layman audience members here. This is why different art pieces speak differently to the viewer depending on who is viewing them. Art can be about confronting visuals that remind us of past events or traumas, forcing us to confront our own demons in an effort to enjoy an artwork peacefully. Or art can be about reminding us of good times, capturing the moments we wish we could live through forever. Subjectivity applies to the execution of an art piece too. Let's not forget to point that out. Drawings are not a direct mirror of reality. They are an interpretation of reality, and the nature of that interpretation changes from person to person and from artist to artist. Two people could draw the exact same scene or object, and each piece would still be different because of the different ways the artists approach and translate this experience. Van Gogh's Starry Night and Wenzel Hablich's Starry Sky are completely different pieces and experiences, despite both of them being paintings of the night sky. This applies to all art, so even if two artists approach pieces covering the very same topics or using the same single muse, they will ultimately produce different results because the subjective tastes of each artist goes directly into their work. Obviously, there can be cases where people can force different pieces to look the same, but I'm not really talking about those situations now, am I? Now, while we've acknowledged that subjective opinion, while not objectively correct, is still valid to a degree, it is only valid to those who perceive it in the same fashion. By that I mean that someone's subjective opinion does not change the state of the artwork itself. So while a person might take away a very specific reading from an art piece, that reading does not mean that that was the intended outcome. While an artist cannot control what each individual person sees within their work, they can make an attempt to evoke a very specific emotion or understanding. A variety of factors exist that determine whether an artist succeeds in this endeavor: skill, medium, execution, imagery, perceptible context, sheer luck, etc. But even if an artist lacks the ability to make their intention known, a lack of concrete understanding of an art piece does not then necessitate a subjective opinion taking that role in its stead. Basically, just because you can't immediately discern the intended meaning behind a work of art doesn't mean you can then insert a subjective audience opinion and tout that as the artist's true original intention. I'll use one of my own pieces for an example here. This is a piece I did a while back. Contextually, it was done in response to a frustrating situation where I had attempted to give someone the benefit of the doubt, only for that to be thrown back at me. The titular face rip action is a direct visual reading of what I was feeling in the moment. Disappointment and rage to such an extent that I felt as though I wanted to peel my own face off. I attempted to further elicit the rage through what is essentially Lovecraftian visuals, as the central figure can be seen nearing the opening in what one could assume is a cave ceiling, creating a scene where a terrifying creature sheds its skin in preparation for an ascent. The skin is removed to reveal the horrifying face that will grace the surface and express that rage in full. It was a vent piece. I made it specifically to vent my frustrations. As the artist, I get to say what the piece is and is not about. Now, if someone were to look at it and instead view it as a transformative piece, they would not be wrong in their interpretation. Perhaps they view it as less of a piece of rage and more as one of self-discovery or acceptance, where a person is shedding their old skin and coming into themselves, whether that new inner self is a monster or not. Perhaps they see it as a necessary step before a journey into the unknown, where a person must remove what makes them human in order to ascend to an equally terrifying and unforgiving world. Contextually and emotionally, these interpretations are vastly different from what was intended, reflecting exactly how different the audience readings of a piece can be from what the artist reads. Sort of a what do the blue curtains mean thing. Yes, the curtains could represent melancholy, or sadness, or nostalgia for sunny days, or calmness, or it could just be blue curtains. This is why it's ludicrous to take the audience's subjective opinions about a piece and present them as the true intentions behind the artwork. They can be so removed from the artist's original vision that they're not even comparable. It takes a single person's, or maybe multiple people's, opinion based on their own likes and personal tastes and forces it into everyone else's face. Equally, presenting it as a fact, or presenting it as though this was the artist's intent in the first place, interrupts another person's ability to enjoy the piece. If you're presented with an art piece you've never seen before, along with someone who doesn't like said piece, telling you all the reasons why the artwork is awful and why the artist is an awful person for making a piece with such vile meaning behind it, the meaning of which is assumed, you are then robbed of the opportunity of seeing the piece as it was originally intended without that additional, potentially completely unrelated, context tainting that view. You can no longer see the piece without the knowledge of that subjective interpretation coloring your own interpretation. Sure, you can try to take a look at the piece through objective eyes, but you still might have that little voice in the back of your head screaming about how the work glorifies mental health struggles. Probably made worse if the person promoting their own subjective opinion either already doesn't like the artist, or else doesn't understand what they're talking about and therein miss out on a lot of themes or visuals present in the work necessary for a proper reading. Even in pieces that directly display disturbing imagery, the audience's interpretation of that imagery and the reason for its presence changes from person to person. Someone could see it as a reflection of modern society, whereas another person could see it as a superfluous shock value for the sake of being edgy. If the latter audience member were to then promote their interpretation as the factual intention behind the piece, those who believed them would then look at the artwork and only view it as provocative shock, and they would completely miss out on what those provocative elements mean. They could then devalue the art and the efforts of the artist by underplaying any visceral or disturbing imagery as just being a means of promoting ill values. You drew cannibalism? It must be because you're promoting cannibalism. You drew self-harm scars? It must be because you're promoting self-harm. You drew a young-looking cartoon character? It must be because you're promoting pedophilia. All of these uncharitable interpretations take a single aspect of a piece and boil the rest of the work down to being just that. It completely destroys the agency of the artist by claiming that any visual interpretation of an uncomfortable topic inherently glorifies or promotes said topic. How is anyone supposed to talk about anything uncomfortable if whenever they do, their work is boiled down to the promotion of said uncomfortable topic simply because they brought it up? What about the question of why it's there? What does it show? Can it be read as an allegory for something else? No, instead if you draw a character with self-harm scars, that means you're promoting self-harm. No ifs, ands, or buts. In that regard, my piece also directly shows the center focus figure effectively harming themselves in a fit of rage. So is my artwork then promoting self-harm and rage? Come on, Kaimarama, cancel me already. Part 3, relatability. If you've seen this vine...
I do that.
You already know where I'm coming
An oldie but a goodie.
Much in the same way that people surround themselves and have a preference for art that speaks to them personally, people like things that they can relate to. This tends to be why relatable content is so popular. People enjoy seeing recreations or references to things that they do or they enjoy because it elicits a feeling of being included or being in a community. Human beings generally like to feel as though they belong, and an acknowledgement of mutual behavior between multiple people happens to be a really easy way to evoke that. Someone makes a vine about the exaggerated and strange way that children gulp down a drink on a hot day, taking massive noticeable audible breaths between each swallow. Haha, I did that. How funny. Someone talks about how they pretended like all the other cars on the road are racing you, except for the ones that pass you by. I remember doing that. Glad I wasn't the only one. Someone regales about how they made things up about themselves to seem more interesting online when they were a teenager. Glad my teenage cringiness wasn't unique. This is why art is so great. It speaks to everyone individually, and so those who are able to relate to an aspect of the work that they subjectively glean can enjoy it based on how they relate to it. Just like subjectivity, people relate to art for a variety of different reasons that also tend to be related to their own personal tastes. If someone finds something to be relatable, but it's for a reason that it's something that they don't want to acknowledge, then they won't be as attached to an art piece that evokes that specific feeling, rather than perhaps another piece. Maybe the relatable feelings bring up an action from the past that this person is ashamed of. On the one hand, they could take solace in knowing that other people performed the same embarrassing action, but on the other hand, they could be equally ashamed of those people. In this sense, we can separate relatable content into negative and positive associations, where positive relatable content evokes feelings of nostalgia, camaraderie, and happiness, and where negative relatable content can bring up bad memories, trauma, sadness, shame, or anger. Usually, people will gravitate towards positive relatable content, but sometimes people will gravitate towards negative content, that being relatable content that evokes negative emotions from the viewer. This could be art that brings up past trauma, art that encourages lapses in moral judgment, art that elicits emotions like sadness or rage, and yes, I am gonna bring it up, art that serves to be a negative emotional trigger. Now, some people have gotten it into their heads not only that, one, artwork that triggers that negative emotional response puts the artist at blame, and that, two, artwork that triggers them personally should not be permitted. But, realistically, where's the cutoff point for that? We already know that since everyone is different, everyone views artwork differently, so even if one person has a negative emotional response to a piece, that doesn't mean that the person standing beside them will too. So let's say we have person A, who has a negative emotional reaction to a piece of art. They then state that the art should not be allowed to exist as it does. In contrast, let's introduce person B, who has a positive emotional reaction to the same piece that caused person A to have a negative one. Does the positive emotional response elicited in person B balance out the want from person A to destroy that harmful content? Is it just a matter of having to prove that positive emotional reactions can be brought up from pieces that give others emotional turmoil? Well, no. We've already gone on about how controversial art and art that you flat out just don't like has the right to exist, whether you like it or not. The proper response here then should be for person A to remove themselves from a position where they are able to see the art piece in question. Ideally, person B could, take it home or something, I don't know. Point is, eliminate the artwork and vilify the artist should not be a person's immediate go-to when being confronted with art they don't like. And yes, I know that the situation I'm attaching this to had other elements that made the person want to vilify the artist, but I'm specifically talking about the one to vilify the artist from the content they create, so it doesn't matter. People should be allowed to choose what relatable content they want to surround themselves with. If that content happens to be something that doesn't work for you, that sucks, but it's not being catered specifically to you, so why should you even care? You can hate the color of your neighbor's garage door, but you can't call the cops on them for it. I guess unless you live in a homeowners association run neighborhood, but you get what I mean. Plus, I'm sorry, but there's always going to be some manner of weird, gory, edgy, controversial content that you don't like. As the internet expands further and further, that amount of content you dislike is really only just going to increase. Hey, but so will the content that you do like, so bonus, I guess. Oh, what's that? There's this very specific type of edgy content that this one person makes that you feel is bad because it fails to cover the topics in a mature manner? Oh, and it's content made by a younger artist? Wow! All of a sudden I don't care. It's almost like younger artists are inherently going to struggle with portraying certain themes in their work in an accurate or constructive manner because they lack the life experiences, forethought, and personal knowledge to recognize those issues. Who could have guessed? Maybe it would be more productive to help them understand it rather than berate them for not immediately, inherently understanding all psychology about mental health when it's constantly changing. I said I was gonna get miffed. Look, I've had a DeviantArt account since I was 15. I have seen the rotating roster of edgy, gore-filled, exploitative content time and time again. There was the slew of Jonan Vasquez fans who would create their own insane, murderous content in the vein of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. There was a drastic surge in edgy, gory horror content when creepypastas exploded. There was that time gore and body horror art became popular because Elfin Lied was a thing.
Oh,
there was
yeah.
the trend of drawing your characters murdering the characters of other artists you don't like. I actually covered a different situation where someone did just that. There was literally even a meme circulating at one point where you could show off where your permanent scars were located. So why everyone is getting into such a tizzy about it now, I can't fathom. You guys talk about how, oh my gosh, this is just the worst thing ever. Meanwhile, there's a backlog of 200 different artists who have content that's just as, quote unquote, bad, if not worse, and nobody bats an eye because they don't have a personal vendetta against the artist who made it. I've sort of veered off course at this point, so why don't we just switch over to part 4. Blah blah blah, I'm so annoyed. Feel my frustration seep from this video. Let's be real, you guys. In any other situation of censorship, one would expect artists to campaign for freedom of expression, given that it's sort of the whole thing they do. I understand wanting to protect people, especially those who struggle with mental health issues, and obviously you don't want someone who self-harms to see self-harm in artwork and then relapse. Look, I get it, but if just seeing self-harm scars in an art piece is enough for a person to start harming themselves again, I think that hints towards other problems just below the surface. If you're young enough that it's just a matter of you being impressionable, then you probably shouldn't be online in the first place. I see plenty of art that people draw of their characters murdering people. It's not uncommon to see stuff of that nature dressed up to be more romantic either. Murderers and serial killers are romanticized to the nth degree. Jeff the Killer and his many fangirls, anyone? Are we now expecting this artwork to encourage people to go out and kill someone? No! The Slender Man stabbing doesn't count. Those were literal children who believed that Slender Man was a real creature who would come and kill them, and one of the assailants suffered from undiagnosed schizophrenia. I'm moving on. Controversial art, in and of itself, has a right to exist. It's art. I'm into vulture culture for spooky season's sake. It's basically making art out of roadkill. You think there isn't someone out there who absolutely hates that idea, thinks it's disgusting, and would want me to stop? Of course there is! But someone hating what I choose to make doesn't disallow me from making it or enjoying it. Actually, can I just talk for a minute about the fervent obsession over not letting people copy your art? Yeah, that was another big thing in this situation, the claim that an artist was bad because they were copying elements from someone else's art and characters and then incorporating it into their own work. Now, mind you, most of the claims in that regard were really stupid. It was stuff like, my character wears red eyeliner and you drew your character wearing red eyeliner, so you copied me and fuck you for doing it. No, I'm not kidding. But then there were also the general claims of, you're copying me between artists. I use pastel gore and you started using pastel gore. Copying me. I made a short character with horns and you made a short character with horns. Copying me. I'm the creator of Blue Dogs, and if you ever have a dog that's blue, you're copying me. Who gets angry when they learn that other people are inspired by their art? Like, what? Who? What? That shit's flattering. Someone thinks your art is so lovely that they want to incorporate the elements they're most drawn to in that art into their own works. They're trying to build a style that they think fits what they want to put out into the world or matches their perspectives, and your art style is like the thing they want to put in a little time capsule for future generations. A little of this, a tad of that, and ba-boom. You got a brand new magical thing. It's beautiful. Why would you be offended by that? Why should you be offended by that? Sure, yeah, it's superficial and lame if someone just copies your work because it's the new hot commodity or something, or because they're jealous and they just want to be you because that's more of a case of exploitation and not genuine appreciation. But has that been the case here? I don't think so, so who gives a shit? Everyone here freaks out if someone takes inspiration from them, but will gladly take inspiration from others. Just, it's ridiculous. Y'all sound like insufferable cunts getting mad that someone copied your poofy hairstyle or red eyeliner or a fucking egg on your head. Oh, careful, guys. The eyelashes are sacred. Honestly, I don't know how so many people can just hear someone voice an opinion of art and be like, yep, that sounds like a fact. What happened to critical thinking skills? Or just judging for yourself? You guys
Damn, they're popping off.
Time if you think that censorship to protect the fifis was a legitimate right. Protect the children, sure. But don't destroy something else to do it. What are you, a barbarian? Me no like, me smash. Me no like, me wanna talk to your manager. Artists being oversensitive and trying to ruin people on gossip? Wish I could say I was surprised, but then I'd be lying. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed my angry rambling about how artistic censorship for the sake of individual fifis is stupid. And there's definitely a good chunk of it out there that would make me really uncomfortable. I mean, did you see fleshlets? That's disgusting. But one of the great things about art is that even if one piece doesn't speak to you, another will. And maybe the pieces that made me uncomfortable will end up comforting someone else. Art is magic. So guys, don't be a naive, hypocritical art goblin and try to vilify someone for your subjective reading of their art. Be a magical art fairy. And on that note, thanks for the hecking magical fan art, you fairies. We'll start things off aggressive with Ponder by Prussian Venom. Fight me. I may not be able to see it, but Prussian Venom gets across that she's probably staring us down and will start throwing punches. The text just confirms it. For some sporadic fun, we move on over to Mecha by Casual Flash, having a little technical fun with their faceplate, managing to look a little more put together in casual style. Even Mecha's like, wait, I am doing this right? Processing. Emmy Ann graces us with chibi cuteness in the form of their Ponder Sprocket chibi sketch and finished piece, with such a lovely shine added in to help the colors pop. Fiend down there making happy squid noises because he's colored in so nice, looking it beautiful. Hatching out the borders of your heart, here's Messing Around with Brushes by Curacino. This kind of stuff's always cool. When you're experimenting with art programs, it always makes for such interesting looks, and I thank you for having my character be a part of that process. That's hella flattering. Perfectly describing most of my life, here's I Made an Attempt by Supers. An epic spiky-haired piece out here making me look like a suave motherfucker. Look at me. Now I am the smooth anime boy. I have legs for days. For the droolies, we turn to Ponder Sprocket fan art by Shiny Roppy. Oh, I hope I said your name right. Where Ponder Sprocket has either just seen someone super hot, or there's a delicious buffet right off screen. Fiend only seems mildly curious about it, so my money is on super hot person. Sliding in for the green team, here's, and I argue this title, Best Gal by Nyx the Darling, making like, goddamn, can you be jealous of a cartoon's hair? I'm jealous of a cartoon's hair. If only I could get my hair to look half as good as that. Jealous success story. Screaming into a nebulous void, Ponder is fucking pissed by PC Vaughn shows us what happens when someone gets on Ponder Sprocket's bad side. I'd scream, but I'd wake up my dog. Girl, what that mouth do? It yells much profanity at spiteful idiots. And for contrast, we have Sweet Bean Berry by Critter of Egypt, taking the fluffy baby and fluffing them up to the extreme. Avert your gaze if you're allergic to cuteness. This strawberry is almost as big as my head. The benefit of being so small is that your food is gonna last you a really long time. Give the baby half a day's rations, feed the baby for a week. Getting ready for cuddle time, here's Octomama by Puppy Power 123. This is the cutest heckin' thing. Look, it's like Fiend's all nervous, trying to hold back his Ponder's hand. She's all like, shh, just look, it's fine, buddy, it's fine. And then boom, cuddle time. Precious love. There's something very adorable about furry creatures hugging cephalopods. And not just because this particular furry creature also happens to be adorable. For your tease of the day, Ultra Trash Boy treats us to some fan art. Did you happen to want Sailor Fuku Ponder Sprocket with a sway of her hips and a flick of Ultra Flash Boy's pen? Wish granted. Look at that hair. Look at them hips. Look at them lips. Portray her as pristine anime girl. Get on fan art feature. Question mark. Profit. Because we needed something to tide us over until next I commission them, here's Proto and Mecha by Desicos, with their character Proto being very curious of a poor, baffled Mecha. Interesting seeing these two together because, fun fact, Mecha was originally going to have 4 arms. Neat. Look at how light and agile he is. Don't worry, Proto is a good boy. He won't eat Mecha. Metal doesn't taste very good. Looming above you like a proud parent about to give you the head pats, it's Ponder Sprocket by Chaos Phoenix, accenting our big, beautiful blue babe with a fun orange watercolor background and some tentacles to act as a frame for the fun. Hella nice compositioning there. Being a little baby bean, we finish off with a thank you stem by Sylvia Arts 2000 because I doled out some advice and then Sylvia was like, yo, thanks! How about I draw an awesome cheek-smushingly adorable picture of your sweet dandelion child? And then I screamed because fluffy baby! If you happen to like any of these pieces, please don't hesitate to send some love to the artist through the links I have provided for your convenience down in the description. You can send your own fan art of any of my characters to emptycomicsfanart@outlook.com. Send some much-needed love over to today's editor because they're all awesome and deserve it. My links are also down there if you're so inclined. And with that, have fun never trying to offend people with your art, you silly, silly goobers.
My art video, no, it's ended. Let me go ahead and put the video. Let me go ahead and exit that, and then I'll put the link to the video in those chat. Go like the video. Shoo. Go. Like the video. It's a really well put together video. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we have here. Ooh. Almost 5 hours of video game myths and urban legends. Y'all want to learn some video game facts as I draw a cute little dragon baby? The huge cut and unused video game content iceberg. That one's a good one. You know what? No, yeah, let's go with the cut content for video games. Because I know I'm gonna probably forget to do this. Here's the link to this video I'm about to put up. Go like it. We learning video games. Tab, come back. Tab, come back. There we go. Let's watch some video games.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone, and welcome back to another huge iceberg. Today we are starting to break down the unused and cut video game content iceberg by Silent Chatterbox 52 over on icebergcharts.com. A lot of video games we know today so thoroughly weren't always guaranteed to be the way they were when they shipped. This is where scrapped ideas of varying levels come into play, whether it be simple character palette swaps all the way to extremely cool ideas that could never come to fruition, with only remnants of these ideas left in the game's backends. This is a pretty common thing to do online nowadays, is to see everything a game has to offer, even if it's not intended to be seen. So with all of this snooping around everybody's been doing, there's quite a large list of interesting and strange cut content hiding in our favorite games. So in today's video, we're going to tackle the first two layers of the iceberg, and we will continue the series in the coming weeks. Without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into Layer 1. Layer 1 in this iceberg is used as more of a launching point for the topic covering definitions and common terms when dealing with cut content. And what better way to start than debug menus? A debug menu exists with pretty much any program, but is most popular among gamers as it acts as the golden gates to the back end of a game or program. The debug menu is the main way for people to manipulate the program's internals and really see everything under the hood and tinker around with it. This is also a way to break the game, whether it's manipulating the character models or giving yourself a moon jump or something of the matter. Debug menus are sometimes hidden purposely by developers in hopes players don't fuck around in the game and actually experience
Fuck around,
the game
find
as
out.
intended. But other games have pretty simple ways of accessing this menu. The most common that comes to my mind is the Valve games and the infamous tilde key debug menu. But yeah, there isn't much more than just knowing that the debug menu acts like a universal way to access a game's backend. Test levels are used by game developers as a blank room to test just the game mechanics of the game, like player model animation, items, guns, pretty much anything that isn't level or map specific. The most popular ones that come to my mind are from older games like Donkey Kong 64 and Super Mario Sunshine and the likes of that, where back then they would be less Easter eggy and more bluntly just acts as a place to test the game mechanics. Sometimes you can find texture test levels, but oftentimes these will be textureless areas that look like you're playing on a very early version of the game. Take Super Mario Sunshine's test level, for example. You can almost tunnel vision it and imagine yourself breaking into Shigeru Miyamoto's house in the early 2000s and loading up the earliest version of Super Mario Sunshine that was playable. Obviously, these types of test rooms were never meant to be seen by players, but more modern games sometimes make it easier to access these test rooms, and often will add stuff like Easter eggs that sometimes feature the game developers themselves. It depends on the game, but if you found yourself in a test room, you're well on your way to excavating the back end of video games. Who knows what you might find next? Perhaps a low-poly model of Luigi's left pinky toe that was cut from the Mafia mission in Luigi's Mansion 2. You don't know what I'm talking about? Exactly. It got cut.
Boo!
Placeholders are used in video games as a temporary asset to be later replaced, whether it be textures, character models, or items. There are many cases for placeholders in games. These 99% of the time are replaced before the game's final release, with the only way to find them being to check the back end of the game. One of my favorite placeholder character models in the back end of a game is the Bomberman model in the back end of Mario Party 2. Since they were both being developed by Hudson Soft, they most likely were testing early development with the already made Bomberman model. A pretty popular and shocking placeholder is Yummer from SpongeBob SquarePants Saves the Day, in which they had a goofy-ab, bald MFer hanging out to later be replaced by the normal SpongeBob characters. Placeholders in their simplest form can just be a default Unity character model, all the way to seeing characters in games they have no right being in. You can find some really cool Easter eggs just by looking at different games' placeholders. Hell, one of the most famous early Easter eggs comes from Doom, which is a placeholder text that reads, "I suck at making maps," and was never replaced. So yeah, there's a lot out there, and I'm sure we'll hit a few of the greats that I didn't mention here in the following layers. Another huge reason a game would have a large quantity of cut content is regional differences. The biggest reason for these cuts is to adapt the game to their respective markets, whether that's censoring things like sexual content or gore and blood. There are several reasons some games in certain regions seem very different from the same game in a different region. At best, this can show off some really cool artistic changes, and at worst, it completely changes the original idea of a character or concept to better fit sales markets. Like, why the hell does Kirby have to have a fucking attitude problem on most of his North American game box art releases?
For
This
real.
usually isn't the worst kind of cut content, since there is a version that
Kenji
exists
is live.
that has the original content, but yeah, this always sucks. It does happen less nowadays, but there is still certain games that just don't come out in certain places, so don't get me wrong, it's still a big issue in the industry. Concept art is a lot like tech demos. It gives you a great representation of what to expect from the final project, but don't focus on the details because they'll likely be changed at the final product. Concept art can reveal a lot about the game's development and what characters might have looked like early on. Things like enemies, bosses, and even main characters could look vastly different from their final designs based on concept art. Some really great ideas are lost in concept art, like the infamous Epic Mickey concept art, which depicts a much darker game than the actual game. Even if concept art isn't
crime,
revealing
truly.
cool details that were changed during the development process, it's still really cool to look at these, especially if you care about the game. Recently, I've been playing through the Donkey Kong Country Returns HD game, and one of the main collectibles throughout the game unlocks the game's concept art to view inside the game, which isn't done super often nowadays, and if it is, it's in a Game of the Year edition or extended edition or something like that. We'll talk about some more of the popular cases of differences in concept art to the final product, but just to cover this up top, this is a common source for unused content in video games. The cutting room floor is a main hub online for sourcing cut content. It's basically the Wikipedia for cut content in games and some other media. I've used this website as a source for information in countless videos, and if you're interested in cut content, you likely already are pretty familiar with the website. Most of the games that have their backends leaked online have a page on the cutting room floor. For example, here's the one for the aforementioned Mario Party 2. You can see things broken down into categories like unused models and graphics. If you're trying to become more educated in your downtime, this is a great website to scroll through, and instead of submitting to scrolling shorts or TikTok or something, learn about some cut content in video games instead. A back-end mole's wet dream is data leaks, especially with companies that are less than willing to share the makings of their games. One of the biggest leaks that happened in recent time occurred to none other than Nintendo, and it has been deemed the massive Giga Leak of 2020. This
That
name
was
was given
wild
due
when
to
it
how
happened.
much data was leaked, upwards of 3 gigabytes, an unprecedented amount, especially for how much data 3 gigabytes worth of old game files makes up. It's a shit ton. The biggest leak occurred on July 24th, 2020, which gave the Nintendo community some insane shit we never knew existed, a lot of which will be covered in this iceberg, but to mention a few up top here, we got to finally see a game that ended up being Yoshi's Island, known as Super Donkey. Not only this, but we finally got to see prototypes for some of Nintendo's biggest games and franchises, including Pokemon, Mario Kart, and Super Mario 64, of which the last one had one of the biggest impacts due to the leak, as it finally revealed the existence of a character that was questioned to be in the game since the beginning. That, of course, being Luigi, the main man, the green guy. If you're not familiar, Luigi was always rumored to be in Super Mario 64. In fact, it was stated in an interview with Shigeru Miyamoto that was featured in a Japanese strategy guide for the game that Luigi was originally planned to be a playable character as a second player, but due to hardware limitations, he was cut. This is all word of mouth, but, you know, it's believable because, I mean, it's Miyamoto. Sure, he lies about his alcoholism, but why would he lie about this? Plus, there was some evidence like this image from the Shoshinkai 1995 that would suggest he was a playable character at some point in the game's early development. However, it wasn't until the large Giga Leak that we finally got actual visual proof that Luigi was once in the game by finding his original files, including his character model. This was pretty big, it still is. And he definitely doesn't look all that different from the hundreds of Luigi retextures into the game from fans and mods. But simply having this exist is a huge deal, especially for us who fell for the rumors of Luigi being in the game back in the day. This is some sort of vindication almost 3 decades later. This is the sort of stuff that makes exploring cut content pretty cool to me. I'm not super familiar with Friday Night Funkin', so bear with me during these entries, as there are quite a few on this iceberg. And in fact, I will go ahead and combine the next 2 entries into this one entry, as they are just smaller cut things from Friday Night Funkin' is a pre-release game that got its start on Newgrounds and is kickstarting a full release of the game. Therefore, unlike most of the games on this list, the cut content we'll talk about actually has a pretty good chance of maybe making it into the full version when that is released. Regardless, let's talk about the main character, Boyfriend. He is the one you'll be tearing it up 8 Mile style on the stage with. He has a few cut sprites and animations that you found in the game, of which the majority show him attacking, dodging, and getting hit. I'm unsure why these went unused, but perhaps it will be used for another mode where the main character endures attacks or something. There was some mentions of a cut battle mode that they might be implementing into the full version, so perhaps these belong to that. The second piece of cut content from Funf is from Boyfriend's girlfriend, whose name is Girlfriend. They're not complicating things over here. She has a few cut voice clips that were intended to be used for cutscenes, but according to the wiki, text bubbles went unused in the game, causing these voice clips to not be needed anymore. They aren't even really voice clips, but more just grunts from Girlfriend, as the characters don't actually have voice-acted lines in the game, so it's just more like Banjo-Kazooie noises. But yeah, this is some of the smaller cut content within 5 Nights at Funkin'. And hey, with the full game on the horizon, they may not remain cut for very long. Undertale is already a super complicated game when trying to follow its world building and lore, but I'll try my best to explain this entry to the best of my ability. Throughout the later part of the game, your character will run into Alphys, who will help them during this section. If you explore around the level, you will begin to find strange journal entries written by Alphys, with there being 16 total to find in the game. However, due to digging around in the game's back end, players found that there was not only 1, but 2 cut entry 17 notes. These are denoted by entry 17 spelled out with letters, and entry 17 with just the digits. Entry 17 was written by the character Gaster and doesn't really have anything to do with Alphys's other notes, with the following being stated in this one. Entry number 17, darker, dark, shit, dark, darker. The darkness keeps growing, the shadows cutting deeper. Photon readings negative. This next experiment seems very, very
Yes,
interesting.
Queen, read those notes.
This entry is never explained further, and considering it can only be accessed by manipulating the game's save files, room value, or entering through the debug menu, it's likely this was another small side story that was scrapped. Nobody really knows what the experiment was or who the 2 people Gaster was talking to in this note, and we will likely not know what this note meant, as because we were never supposed to see it anyway. The other Note 17 is what I believe this entry is referring to, which is the final Alphys entry and would have been found in room 256 on a monitor that instead reads in the final game, DT extraction machine, dog treats extraction machine. That might actually be it with how many dogs are in this fucking game. Instead, it's theorized this monitor would have instead read Alphys's last entry, which is entry number 17. Monsters' physical forms can't handle determination like humans can. With too much determination, our bodies begin to break down. Everyone's melted together. Not only was the code hidden in early versions being replaced by the extraction machine note, but later versions of Undertale straight up removed this phrase from the back end, making it obvious it was purposeful. The developers decided to remove this note. The most accepted reason is it kind of ruins a big reveal moment that happens when Alphys confronts the main character, and it happened so soon after you would have found this note, it would have been worth the spoiler, so they decided to remove it. I've heard comments that Undertale, at least in its earliest states, the code was held together by duct tape and glue, and seeing stuff like this makes that statement even more true. Listen, I couldn't make my own Undertale, so I'm not judging, but it makes game development more relatable when simple mistakes like this make it through the cracks. It's totally something I'd do. Make some mysterious note and then accidentally leave it in the back end for everybody to find. Space World is a trigger word for those interested in cut content, as it was an E3 before E3 was E3. This is where a lot of classic games were first shown in exhibit fashion, meaning these were the earliest versions of some of the best games like Super Mario 64 and the early Pokemon games. Since these are as old as I am, a lot of these demos are lost to time, and all that we have left of these builds is the little footage and images that were taken at these events themselves. Since then, there have been a few of these demos that have leaked online, with one of the biggest being the demo version of Pokemon Gold and Silver shown at Space World 1997. This demo was the first showcase of the game and is drastically different from the last game, mostly visually, but there are some fundamental differences here as well. There's way too many small differences for me to go through everything, but a few highlights I found were different from the final release are some of the following. Some of the Pokemon's original designs just look straight up strange. Golem looks like he'll come to bake your cookies in the demo, meanwhile in the final game he looks like the badass rock monster he is. Marowak looks like a dog that got into the beehive and ate a shit ton of bees. You guys have seen these, right? Those pictures? The Muck, like Jesus fucking Christ. I get that's his hand, but come on, that just looks like he's straight up hanging brain. That's crazy. Besides the changes to the Pokemon we all know and love from the original generations, the game's backend also reveals completely original Pokemon that never got a spot in the long list of creatures we have today. One of the most interesting to me is another small electric Pokemon, kind of like Pikachu, that takes the form as a dwarf tiger of sort, known as Kotara for its first evolution and Raitora for its second evolution. There was also a cut ghost-type Pokemon that took the form as a full-on voodoo doll that would have eventually evolved into Qianpan, who takes the form of a Jiangshi, which is a vampire-like mythological creature from Chinese mythology, mixed with a cute panda, so, you know, it's not too spooky. And hey, it wasn't only completely original Pokemon getting scrapped, as Pokemon like Ditto had scrapped evolutions. That would have completely changed how you look at Ditto. I mean, this guy would have been sick. While there is a lot more differences in the Pokemon and other gameplay changes to see in the prototypes back in, we'll go ahead and move on because I could sit here all day and flame these fools. I mean, some of them are just jacked up. Minecraft has had a lot of content throughout the years that was just too ambitious to make it into the game, or were ideas that were shunned by developers themselves through corny-ass competitions, but we'll talk about that one later. One of the earliest pieces of cut content from Minecraft is known as the Giant Mob. This would have been a much larger version of the zombie mob in the game that would have had increased health and attributes more so than the regular mobs. This would have been a ridiculously sized mob, like we're talking Ant-Man and Civil War size, you know, almost disturbing if you have megalophobia. While the giant is technically impossible to spawn into the game, it's Minecraft, so nothing is impossible, and it was left this way by Notch. He stated that he needed to remove the giant due to it fundamentally not working in the game, but when it came time to remove the giant fully, Notch refused, stating, "They're just too cool to remove." I mean, he's just a lad, right? This is the same guy with the candy room as a mansion. It's a lad move. Not a lateral move, a lad move. What the fuck am I talking about? So by using the debug menu, you can easily spawn these giants, which take on the form of large base version of the default zombie skin. It's worth noting that if you change the base zombie skin texture, it will also change the giant, which is pretty awesome. I think honestly it's a bit of a shame that it was just an enlarged zombie, as the mere size of the guy is intimidating. They could have made a really gross, unique skin for the giant. Some Lord of the Rings shit. Still, seeing this thing spawn in caves and stuff is so surreal just due to his size. No pause. Fuck it, no pause. I think there is still a lot of potential with this mob, and I'd love to see him brought back in some capacity in a future update, perhaps as their own unique mob finally. I doubt it. We'll probably get crab mobs or some dumb shit soon. Unlike a lot of the cut mobs we'll be talking about in Minecraft through the rest of this iceberg, the killer bunny mob was actually present in the game at one time, but was removed pretty early on. Much like the giant, the killer bunny can still be spawned using stuff like commands, but they used to spawn like any other animal mob in the game. While there isn't a definitive reason they were removed, it's likely that they were too difficult a mob due to how quick and aggro they are. Don't get me wrong, like if you have fully enchanted diamond armor, these guys are a quick snack, but a common issue when these guys were in the game was spawn killing players. Like as soon as you load up a brand new world, spawn killing. Since they weren't monsters, they could live during the day too, and if you were unlucky enough to run into a killer bunny, then you can get caught in a pretty dumb loop of dying to these guys on your spawn. I'd assume this one is one of the bigger reasons it got cut, but I could see them bringing these guys back in like another dimension, like the Nether or something, where it would make sense that the player would be able to defend themselves at that point in the game if they're at the Nether. They also had a very
my door
low
almost
spawn
opened
rate
again.
when they were in the game.
Scared the
unless, of
shit
course,
out of
you got
me.
Extremely unlucky and got spawn camped by these guys. So the people who found them hated them, and the people who wanted to see them couldn't find them anyway. So no wonder really they didn't survive being cut. From 2017 to just last year, Minecraft ran something known as mob contests that would allow players to vote on their favorite new mob idea, usually out of a batch of 3 or 4. These would allow for player input into new stuff in the game and allow for developers to add in their ideas without much flack. That is, if it was a perfect world. Instead, we did end up getting the winner of these contests, but instead of adding in the losers at a later date, they got scrapped, never to see the light of day again. I get it, not all of these were bangers, but from 2017 to 2023, we got several mobs that just won't ever be in the game, or at least there's no plans at all at this time for them being added. I'm going to highlight just a few here, but designs for all the cut mobs can be found online, as again, there was a bunch of them from all the mob contests over the years. Moo Blooms are from the 2020 mod contest and would have been a new cow variant that would have interacted with the bee mob in the game, and along with this addition would also come the addition of Buttercups in the game, which I am partial to because that's my cat's name. I really like the Glare mob's design, although I'm not surprised he came in last place during his mob contest, as his ability to help the player is damn near useless. He would basically be able to alert the player to potential dangerous mobs in dark places, which is everywhere that is dark. This might have been useful to help light things like your home, so you know for a fact you've lit up a place enough for mobs not to spawn, but overall he would have been pretty useless. But, you know, design-wise, I would have loved to see him as a hostile mob, maybe in some of the different nether biomes. Fill those out a little bit more. Lastly, I'd like to highlight the Tough Golem from 2022's mob contest. The Sniffer ended up winning, which design-wise I really like. It looks like a Pokemon, but in terms of home protection, the Tough Golem, he's my winner all day. He basically acts as a mini-me version of the large iron golems you find in villages. When building the golem, if you add a wool to the creation, it would have given the little guy a little cloak matching the color of the wool block you used. It never directly stated that this guy would have been aggro to enemies and would have been used as protection, but I like to think he would have been. I also do like the idea of the golem being a statue until it's awoken, so half the time you can use it as a little display piece until it's time to rock and roll. Booyah! Yancey Street Dash right out and fucking kill that creeper. Pussy. Yeah, there's a lot more mobs that probably should have been in the game, but unfortunately they were beaten out. But for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Luckily, the mob contest ended in 2024 after some controversy, and the heads that work on Minecraft are reworking the way they will add future content. So hopefully we won't continue to see such good ideas be shown just to die. Banjo-Kazooie was super impressive for its time and really set a precedent for 3D platformers.
Fuck.
That being, you don't need to be an Italian plumber to make a great adventure. You could even say that the game was ahead of its time, especially when considering what didn't make it into the game, the stuff that was too ambitious to come to fruition. One of the most popular and talked about online of these ideas was the stop and swap. The day I don't explain stop and swap in an iceberg video is the day I stop making videos, I swear to God. Anyway, the basic idea was to allow players to collect items in Banjo-Kazooie and use them in Banjo-Tooie, and possibly other Rareware games. This would have used a glitch in the Nintendo 64 hardware that would have left a certain amount of RAM after the game was taken out of the system, allowing for developers to think of stop and swap. Like the name implies, after collecting items in Banjo-Kazooie, you would then leave your N64 on and hot swap cartridges, allowing for the items to be present then in the game you swap. Before the idea would come to full fruition, Nintendo shut this shit down. They asked that Rareware remove the feature as they didn't want to make light of the flaw, and they had already planned to remove the flaw from future iterations of the Nintendo 64. That would have made the mechanic not work with certain consoles, and that's just too much of a headache. Rareware did end up removing the idea, but not fully from the original Banjo-Kazooie. As case in point, you could still find certain items that Mumbo teases after getting 100% in the game. This includes a variety of colored eggs and a giant ice key. In the N64 version of the game, these items don't do anything, but if you played the Xbox Live Arcade re-releases of the games, then these items served a function which in a way re-implemented the original idea of stop and swap only a decade later, and much less impressive. These items would end up unlocking rare items in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, so if you enjoyed that game, I guess there's that. In the original Banjo-Tooie, they brought back these bonus items, but with no intention of trying to stop and swap again, but rather they unlock specific bonus things in that game, like more moves and a dragon variation for Kazooie. Overall, I don't really blame Nintendo for making this call, telling Rareware to cut this. It seemed too ahead of its time, and since it was reliant on a hardware flaw, it was just too messy to be consistent enough for this to be a feature in the game. Nowadays, Stop and Swap is just themed DLC that you have to buy, but imagine if this actually worked out. You'd store an AK in GTA 5 and go pick it up out of a cab in Red Dead. Let me introduce you fellas to something known as Full Auto. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was the unfortunate victim of having quite a bit of material removed from its beta to its final release, with up to 5 whole zones missing that were supposed to be there. Worst of all of these levels, one known as Hidden Palace Zone, was used in early beta footage, the same footage they used for promotional materials they sent out, including images of the level. Yuji Naka claimed this zone and the 4 others were removed due to memory limitations, so it seems to be another closed case of overambition versus hardware limitations. However, the Hidden Palace Zone wouldn't remain in obscurity forever. First of all, it was brought back with the same name in Sonic & Knuckles, but not only that, the level was also brought back in the full version of the remaster of Sonic 2 that released in 2013. This was the first time the level was fully playable without restoring the level through hacking the ROM, and it seems to be the full level in the game. And this was probably pretty easy for them to do due to the fact the level was fully completed upon its removal. And we finally get to see this underground cave in all its glory, and man, it sucks they had to cut this level from the final version, as it's up there with one of the best from that game. If the Super Mario Bros. 2 was too hard for Westerners, was a piece of cut content, it'd be the decision to remove Stormy Ascent from the first Crash Bandicoot. Except instead of fear of it not selling as well due to its difficulty, the developers went ahead and said, ain't nobody gonna get this good, and removed the level. No amount of cranky memes can make somebody this good. To be fair to the developers, there was already a hardest level, quote-unquote, in the first Crash, known as Slippery Climb, and having Stormy Ascent on top just seemed like kicking the player while they're down. A few Naughty Dog employees spoke on the level's execution on the chopping block when they said the following.
He looks cute.
Andy Gavin said, Stormy Ascent was just cut because it was too long and too hard and we ran out of time. Pause. I wish we had put it in as some kind of Easter egg, as it was an awesome level, one of my favorites in the game. Long, a bit brutal, but it looked great, and it had a real rhythm to it. Bro, come on, man. Of course, if you played the Crash trilogy that released in 2017, you know that Stormy Ascent has new life breathed into it. And man, the devs weren't lying. This stage is a prick and a half. That's what they were talking about, right? I played it because I went into the trilogy thinking I was about to easily 100% all 3 games in a couple weekends, clean it up, be done with it, and I still have never seen the end of the second game, and I've never even played the third. Yeah, the steam was cooked out of this guy right here at the end of the first game, and that's fully due to Stormy Ascent. Although, to speak on what Andy Gavin stated, it really is a fun level with a flow once you get a hold of the grueling platforming. Luckily, all these years later, the level got to see its flowers, and it makes you think of what other notoriously hard levels were cut for being too difficult. We wouldn't have the Battletoad speed racing section, the bitch-ass slime climb level from Donkey Kong Country 2, or what about all these dumb fucks? Yeah, I'm pretty glad difficulty in games isn't viewed the same as it was back then, as a deterrent, and hell, now it's a selling point of a game. Every AAA game right now wants to be Elden Ring. Hot coffee was perhaps one of the most controversial pieces of cut content you'll find in video games. If you're unfamiliar, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas included some content, including a sex minigame denoted as hot coffee, in which, for the time, it showed explicit sexual acts. Due to not wanting to risk a higher than M rating for the game, the mission was hidden inside the code, unavailable to anyone playing the base game. Due to them not removing the minigame in full and locking it behind the back end when the game's PC port was released, modders were able to restore the minigame to its full extent. The backlash from this being in the game seems silly compared to what's in games nowadays, but to be fair, Rockstar probably should have just removed the content altogether, but hitting them with a full course of the law for not properly advertising the content is also dumb. Listen, of course Rockstar recovered as a company, and it wouldn't be the last piece of controversy the series found itself in. It's super lame when government entities get involved and with no real way to access the content without knowing to mod it. I truly think it was a little bit of an overreaction, and if you're truly worried about kids seeing the scene and are totally okay with them doing everything else in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, reprioritize a little bit. If Rockstar somehow screws up and includes a full penetration cutscene in the back end of GTA 6, I don't know if anyone could go to the mats for that for Rockstar at that point. Just saying. The original version of Punch-Out had none other than Iron Mike Tyson as the final boss, and man, what a final boss he was. Imagine if Bowser was a real guy, and he was Bowser in the games. He fucked people up, and then you have to fight him in the game too. That's daunting, dude. What the fuck? This final boss has become unanimous with the other hardest NES segments of that era, and honestly, it may be easier to take down Mike in real life. At least now. Anyway, this version of Punch-Out has been deemed Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, as there was a re-release of the game in 1990 that ended up replacing Mike Tyson, as his contract with Nintendo had run out at the time, and due to his loss during the match with Buster Douglas, they decided not to re-sign the fighter. That and the subsequent legal issues, it was not in Nintendo's interest to continue putting Mike in their games, so they decided to re-release Punch-Out with a new final boss known as Mr. Dream. He is literally just Mike Tyson's boss battle with a reskin, like literally the same moves and everything. This makes him just as hard as Mike, but due to him looking like a default Fortnite skin and not being a real-life boxing champion, there was no staying power with Mr. Dream. While I don't blame Nintendo for the change, it definitely is lamer going against Mr. Dream, and seems a bit strange to re-release the game to get ahead of the contract expiring issue. A lot of the games are just lost due to that, but hey, it's Nintendo, so they probably used the time stone or some shit and saw into the future that they wouldn't be able to put Punch-Out onto the Nintendo Switch if they didn't take Tyson out of it. Real innovators over there. Rockstar games go through a lot of changes before their final releases, with some cut content making it to legendary internet status. A piece of cut content that has confused and creeped players out for a while is known as Darkle, where he would have appeared as a side character in Grand Theft Auto 3. Originally, it was thought that Darkle would serve as a mission giver in the main story, but was quickly benched and was used for side missions like the payphone missions and the kill frenzy missions. It was thought his larger role would act similar to the guider in the second GTA, who helps the player with introducing gameplay mechanics, parts of the city, and many other things. The reason for Darkle's exclusion isn't fully known, but there are several theories and some comments made from developers themselves about why. Seeing as the killing frenzy missions would have been terror-like missions where you would go around killing random civilians, it didn't seem in good taste to go through with these missions, and they decided to change them to rampages, which often targeted armed enemies. It seems the most likely reason is what developers said in a Rockstar Newswire Q&A, where they stated his removal was simply due to the fact he felt out of it plays compared to the other characters in the game. Considering Darkle's design and popularity online, I'd like to think the Blind Prophet from Red Dead 2 is a small reference to Darkle, but maybe that's just hopeful thinking. Rest in peace, Darkle. There'll never be a stranger GTA character that didn't make it into the game. Big caveat there. There's some strange motherfuckers in there that are in the game. Much like with Pokemon Gold demo getting leaked, early versions of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl were also leaked during the Nintendo Giga Leak. These came during the 2020 leaks and covered a few early versions of both games, with the earliest being the summer of 2006 build of the game. This version shows a lot of differences, too many to cover, like with the gold and silver entry. I'm going to be talking about more visual changes, specifically to Pokemon, which there are some pretty crazy differences this time around. It is worth noting that these were some of the earliest designs of these Pokemon, so while they are hilarious, these were likely never going to be the final designs for these Pokemon. As we could see, small details missing in these sprites like shading. I mean, some of these look like Miyamoto on a late night binge with Microsoft Paint. Take Probobass, for example. I mean, his mugshot is bad enough, but look at his backhead shot. It's literally just a blue corner, versus this is what his final sprite looks like. Even more interesting, though, are some of the complete overhauls some popular Pokemon experience, like a complete color and shape change to Garchomp's evolution line. Or Rotom, he's just a piece of blue lightning and looks nothing like its final design. Regigigas here looks like you caught him sneaking into the kitchen at 2 a.m. to get a snack. Legendary Pokemon like Giratina are completely different in design, wherein the prototype resembled a fleshy griffin-like creature. Again, there are a lot of differences that are fun to look through here, so I highly recommend checking out the cutting room floor pages for more from this prototype. With this being my favorite Pokemon game, it's really cool to see what the game would have looked like. And man, in certain cases, I'm actually happy they finished the game the way they did.
What the hell is even that?
With a game like Cuphead, we were extremely lucky that the developers were super transparent about their development process. As with the degree they operate at, they could have easily sealed all of this information behind a giant cup vault or some shit. However, with things like the official art book and developers being super open about the development process, we have a lot to look at when it comes to Cuphead's early days. For this entry, we'll talk specifically about the unused bosses, of which there are a few, but this isn't the last time we're talking about Cuphead in this iceberg. When it comes to Cuphead, I expected to see a lot more ideas that didn't come to fruition just due to time and money constraints. But surprisingly, the cut bosses we do have seem to have been cut late and have a lot to them, not just drawings on concept art. Take, for example, originally Goopy Legrand had a twin who you would fight alongside him, making the original version of this boss fight much harder than the final decision to go mano-a-mano with Goopy. There are some bosses that seem to have been replaced with bosses later in the game, like the Dapper Spider here, probably was transformed into this asshole from the DLC. The Demon Bat fight we saw in early footage was either going to be the final boss, the devil himself, or might have served as a mini-boss before the devil, maybe even replacing the King Dice boss battle entirely. Take a boss like Jelly the Octopus, who's very unique to the battle itself, and they likely swapped him out for the Pirate Captain, or it may have been the fact that the boss battle wasn't super fleshed out to begin with. While there were plans to have more parrying challenges, having a full boss being defeated by a simple parry you repeat over and over doesn't sound super fun. He might have worked if they brought him back in the DLC in the parry challenge, but due to his theming, it would have been hard to work its design into the medieval style of that level. There are some other smaller mini-bosses that were cut as well, like the Pachinko boss that would have appeared in King Dice mini-boss section, or the cut section of the Root Pack boss featuring Betty Beat. Listen, all of these cuts probably serve to create a better final product, but anytime I see anything new in the Cuphead style, I can't help but want to experience it, even if it was just parrying an octopus's dumbass lantern head 20 times in a row. Sign me up. As someone who's put a lot of hours into Cuphead, mastering routes and boss battles, the idea of new bosses is definitely tantalizing, but for me, changing the battles that already exist is even better. This is where the cut and unused weapons and charms would have come into play, and don't get me wrong, I get why they cut a lot of these. Like, they wouldn't be able to help you complete the tutorial or anything, they're not that overpowered. But some of these are crazy overpowered. I like to break down each cut weapon and charm individually and explain their uses because as a fan, this is some of the coolest shit to see. So let's go ahead and break some of these down. The float charm would allow the player to hold the jump button to slowly fall after jumping, helping for placement upon landing. Overall, this one wouldn't change too many of the bosses, but would just make platforming sections a little easier. The directional dash charm would act a lot like the dash charm, but would unlock 6 more directions, allowing for the player to dash in any direction they can aim. This one would actually kind of work, but at this point I'd have to rewire my brain completely because I do rely on the dash when I play, and I've gotten used to the restrictions on movement with it. I mean, even just the footage showcasing this charm looks off. I get it's not fully animated or anything, but even if, I can't imagine dashing northeast and ending up behind the boss would help in many situations. The fast forward charm sadly doesn't speed up the time between the really easy parts of the grim matchstick boss fight and the impossible ending segment, but rather is a simple rate of fire upgrade. This would actually be a pretty clutch charm combined with certain weapons like spread, but yeah, this is a charm I can see that made the game too easy, especially since the only detriment is it takes up a charm slot. Another overpowered charm would have been known as Ghostly Touch charm that would have allowed your bullets on any weapons to phase through enemies and hit multiple at once. Again, do I need to mention weapons like lob shot being abused with charms like this? The shield charm would make it that every 30 seconds the player can become invincible for 5 seconds. These are starting to sound like kits for Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or something instead of Cuphead buffs, but yeah, this one isn't super egregious or overpowered or anything as it takes a long time to replenish, but I can't say there aren't times in Cuphead where I wish he'd just get tougher skin and take a couple shots on the face, unfazed. This charm is pretty simple, as when you get hit, your power meter gives you 2 charges, so in a way it would be nice for charging ultimates, but overall that's not the best trade-off in my opinion. I guess you're going to get hit anyway, like me in Grim Matchstick, then it's nice to have a little insurance charm. This charm is like when you mod Elden Ring to have multiplayer and you and your buddies just one-shot a really hard boss. The stapler charm allows the player to shoot both equipped weapons at once, but the caveat is that both weapon damages are cut in half. While this sounds like a pretty fair trade-off, the combined damage of the 2 weapons, even cut in half, will give you some pretty crazy outcome. Not to mention making the screen a mess of colors as you unleash hell on a couple veggies. The spark weapon was a pretty simple weapon that shot out lightning bolts and had a pretty devastating special attack. The special would allow Cuphead to place stagnant lightning bolts that would attack enemies who walked into it. This may have been reworked into that one DLC weapon known as Converge, but that still works a little bit different than the spark weapon would have. The last cut piece of Cuphead content on the list today is probably the worst one in terms of use case. This would have cut out the gunplay of Cuphead and made it a true Dark Souls game, finally. All those headlines make sense now. Yeah, this is a melee weapon, and in a game where you want to stay away from your enemies as much as possible, this just doesn't make much sense. However, the challenges of the weapon may be what Cuphead veterans need at this point. Yeah, like how many no-hit challenges can you do before you cry yourself to sleep at night? There are other weapons and cut content from Cuphead that was probably worth mentioning here, but due to time, we'll move on to another entry. I do love the yap when it's something new I discover about one of my favorite games. Not many entries on this iceberg have reached meme status. That's safe to say. But that's not the case for the character known as Wheatley Crab from Portal 2. Wheatley is already a pretty prominent character in Portal 2, so there's no surprise there would be some cut and early unused animations to the small ball of sarcasm we all love. For whatever reason, the animation test where Wheatley changes into a crab became a prominent meme online a few years ago, with people making animations, songs, and other over-the-top edits for this strange cut animation. If this entry had not become such a big meme, it likely wouldn't have even been notable enough to talk about here, besides the fact that at some point Wheatley might have taken the form as a crab in early versions of Portal 2. As far as the actual animation tests go, they are pretty early on in the game's development and look like they were cut pretty early on as well. It wasn't until 2012 that the animations were dumped online, and it took another 8 years for the animation to grow into public view and become one of the greats, up there with the Dinosaur and 21 Kid. Everybody knows Wheatley Crab, right? I totally didn't just learn about it doing this iceberg.
Wheatley Crab. Get Wheatley Crab.
The earliest versions of Plants vs. Zombies had a dancing zombie that heavily resembled a real-life pop icon. This zombie would spawn 4 other zombies around it whenever it busted down a fat jig, so it's a pretty difficult foe to take down. Obviously, this is a direct reference to Michael Jackson's Thriller music video where he took the form of a zombie, and everything from the red leather suit, the hair, and white gloves, this is Michael Jackson, obviously. At first, this was just a playful reference to the famous music video, but unfortunately for PopCap, and well, Michael Jackson. He passed away only about a month after Plants vs. Zombies released. This was super unfortunate timing, as it now appears as though the game is mocking the fact that Michael Jackson died and representing him as the living dead, especially when the description for the zombie read the following: any resemblance between dancing zombie and persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Of course, the Jackson estate didn't look too kindly on PopCap and forced them to change the reference, and the dancing zombie is now just a generic disco dancer zombie. The Michael Jackson zombie can still be found in early versions of the game, but most modern releases have cut the reference. I think the Michael Jackson version is way more nostalgic, as I'm pretty sure I remember playing the game before it was removed. This guy this guy looks really familiar, but I totally get the optics of the timing of all of this. It looked really bad, and they wanted to get ahead of any lawsuits by removing the content, so this one actually makes a lot of sense. If you're not familiar with SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, many bosses in the game took form as robot versions of the main characters. There was a SpongeBot, Patbot, and even a Sandy robot to fight in the game. There was even a robot boss planned for Squidward known as Robo-Squidward, but was ultimately cut out of the console release. Robo-Squidward only ever appeared in early concept art for the game, where it shows that he would have been a pretty involved boss battle, having platforming play a pretty big role in the battle. The reason for his exclusion from the game was never officially confirmed by developers, but they were at least aware enough of the want from fans to fight Terminus Squidinator. That's because they brought this boss back, in a way, to the remake of the game Rehydrated. Unfortunately, even this didn't live up to fans' expectations, as he was sidelined to the boring-ass multiplayer mode where you don't even get to fight him, just as minions while he stares down at you from above. A pretty big blunder overall, especially since I think they made a pretty big deal about this in the pre-release for the Rehydrated, but nonetheless, there are other versions of Robot Squidward, like the GBA version of Battle for Bikini Bottom, and Truth or Square, so it's not all bad. You can go fight Robo Squidward somewhere else. One of the most sought-out prototypes was the original Sonic the Hedgehog, as it was strangely missing from the numerous other Sonic games that had their early versions and prototypes leaked online. That was until the turn of the new year in 2021, when the prototype was dropped on New Year's Day and revealed a lot about what the developers thought Sonic would be versus how it turned out, and defined the entire franchise. The prototype reveals how slow and more traditional a platforming game Sonic was originally built to be. The entire idea of going fast and maintaining speed wasn't always the idea around Sonic, as the prototype leans more on exploration. Other things in the prototype have revealed things that were only ever seen in early gameplay screenshots and magazines and early gameplay clips. For example, there were these boulders that were present in the first level Green Hill Zone that looked like they could be stood on by Sonic, like the apples and Mickey Mouse's Magical Quest. That's a really deep cut, but whatever, it works. A lot of the other differences are levels that aren't fully finished yet, like the Labyrinth Zone, that are completely missing the water in segments that you're supposed to be underwater. Hey, I'm happy for the Sonic community, as this was a big deal for fans of the older games and a great look into the development process of the very first game. Much like the Pokemon prototypes, I recommend checking out the cutting room floor page for this prototype if you want to see more changes from beta to final release. Back into the world of Friday Night Funkin', during week 4 of the game, you'll run into Mommy Mirist, can't make this shit up, who comes loaded with a squad of henchmen who are dancing, backing her up during her face-off. In the original design of the game, developers have confirmed that the henchmen would get hit and die due to not being smart enough to duck under passing lampposts, since the battle does take place on top of a speeding limo. It would have been like that one scene from Wolverine where he fakes that one guy out. It's a really goofy-ass conclusion to how intense that scene is. After the henchmen would get hit, they would replenish with new henchmen until it happened again, and really just served as background visuals. As of now, there has been no addition of this feature yet. Since it doesn't have an impact on gameplay, it's likely not high on the priority list for developers, but it does add an extra bit of humor and world building, so it might be worth adding one day. Like, yeah, these guys might be intimidating, but like in any other game, they are dumb goons who are expendable as fuck. The monster is the final boss and main antagonist to Funt, and went through quite a few designs before landing on the iconic lemon head design in the final game. We can see through concept art that monster's physical form wasn't even determined, as he takes form as many different alien life forms, and this strange shadow tree coming out of a pumpkin. Like, what the fuck is this shit? They also have images used as inspiration for Monster, like this one of one of those creepy robot people who they barely do anything to cover up the real creepy robot face. This, combined with this tree design from the other concept art, landed Monster at this design with uncanny eyes, teeth lining the shadow tree, and just an overall feeling of dread when looking at this thing. I think it's more of a creative design for the monster than the one used, but I get that they might have wanted to ground the character to relate more to the other characters in the game. With how big the game's following is, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mod out there that restores this original design in place of the final boss, but until then, don't forget, every villain is Lemons. It was written in stone so many years ago, we should have seen it coming. Besides the uniform enemy design that your average Mario game would have, you can find some really cool, unique enemy designs in the series, especially ones that didn't make it into their respective games. Things like the Anus monster from Super Mario Sunshine. Gotta love him. Or the focus of this entry, Motos, from Super Mario 64. Like the other uncovered secrets from Super Mario 64, these enemies were discovered in the 2020 leak and were given the name based on their coded name, SM64/shape/enemy-test/old/motos.sou. They resembled a couple of enemies from the final game while having their own unique design and moveset. The most likely outcome for the Motos was it turned into the bullies from Lethal Lava Land. This is due to the Motos files being found in files associated with Lethal Lava Land, plus their objective, which is to pick up and throw Mario into the fire, heavily resembles the bully star in Lethal Lava Land, with the star codename even being Big Motos in the game's code. They could also be related to Chuckya enemies in the game due to their main attack, which is very similar to Chuckya's, in which they pick up and toss Mario. Whatever these guys would be, they likely wouldn't have shown up too much in the game, and only in their respective levels like Lethal or even Bowser's Fire Sea. Design-wise, I actually really like their fat robotic design. It's super counterintuitive because look at his default animation. That just can't be comfortable. That's your everyday. As far as cut enemies and
That's your
small
everyday?
content from Super Mario 64, this is one of the
How
ones
many?
that has the most to look at, as it seems it was cut and replaced by one of the aforementioned enemies late into development. Listen, if you never played Portal, then these guys likely don't look super intimidating to you, but let's just say we're so lucky that the walking versions of these guys weren't added to the game. They are brutal and spell death for the player unless you can figure out a good way to get around them. Pretty late into development, a walking version of these turrets were in Portal, with a pretty scary ability, the ability to follow you, even through portals. One of the best things about Portal is the ability to take your time to figure out the current puzzle. Trial and error. No worry of death unless you caused it yourself. Now imagine trying to figure out all these puzzles with this game's equivalent of Mr. X chasing you. According to
Hell
early
no.
concept art and in-game renders, the turret would also be able to transform into fling mode or ball mode, where it would use this to fling itself through your portals. Karen Prell, an animator at Valve, stated in 2012 that the reason they cut the enemy was they favored the stagnant turrets, as the walking turrets didn't end up working well as an overall game mechanic. Honestly, I could see this as it would kind of break the Portal flow. Sure, maybe Portal veterans would like the extra challenge at this point, but the game is already hard enough trying to figure out these puzzles. Now add in the extra layer of trying to speed through the puzzles to save your own skin. It'd just be too difficult. I can't get the portal right. Fuck, he's coming, he's coming. Like the giant from Minecraft, there is another enemy who is technically in the game but has never been officially implemented, making it only exist in the back end of the game. This enemy is known as the Illusioner and is an Illager variant that can attack in a variety of manners. Obviously, taking the form as a magic threat, he will be equipped with spells and a bow that has a pretty high fire rate. His spells include the ability to blind a player for up to 20 seconds, which is pretty detrimental in the midst of battle. He can also duplicate himself through a spell where it will make copies of his current form and turn himself invisible. Other than him being overpowered, developers have likely just not found a good way to implement the Illusioner into Minecraft. The Illusioner is still being tinkered with in the back ends as of recently as 2019, so out of all of the mobs on this list, this guy might actually see the light of day at some point. There was even a video uploaded to the official Minecraft YouTube page where Jens, the lead designer of Minecraft, stated, "You will definitely be seeing more of him in the future," which that was only as of last year, so who knows, we might be seeing the Illusioner sooner than we expect. But until then, rest easy in the back end, my overpowered magical friend. Much like the Illusioner and the Giant before, the next missing mob in action currently exists in the game's backend, but has never officially been added to the game. Story as old as time. This time it's a zombie variant of the horses in the game that took a similar form to the base zombie design with green skin and dark sunken eyes. Even though the horse does seem intimidating, it is peaceful through and through
Ow.
and won't aggro the player. The only real difference besides visual from the regular horses is the fact that zombie horses would be able to breathe underwater, which if you've ever tried to dredge a river with a horse in Minecraft, this actually sounds pretty nice. In terms of reasons they haven't added these dudes to the game yet isn't as obvious to me. Sure, they may have just fell by the wayside during development, but with the existence of skeleton horses, these make too much sense. Like other cut mobs, it's never impossible that these guys will be added in a future update, but considering how long they've been kept from the actual game, I'd say these guys are staying in the big Minecraft vault. It's right next to the Cuphead vault. The sky dimension in Minecraft is the last Minecraft topic we'll talk about today, but is one of the most unique pieces of cut content, and may have changed the Minecraft meta even today. The sky dimension was meant to act as the opposite to the nether that would exist above the clouds. If the nether was Minecraft's hell, the sky dimension is Minecraft heaven, which I need to find because I have a lot of pets that I need to apologize to that are up there. The sky dimension first came about when Notch was still working on the game and tweeted out an image of what the sky dimension would look like, and after a lot of great fan feedback, he responded by saying, "And because PC Gamer made such a big deal of the sky dimension, I guess I'll have to finish it. Consider it confirmed." After this, he started to speak publicly about the plans for the dimension and mentioned plans about how the player would arrive in the sky dimension, and it seemed to originally be a chance to spawn in the dimension when the player goes to sleep in the game at night. The same Jeb we talked about earlier stated his doubts with actually adding the dimension into the game, stating, "It didn't work so well because of how the light is calculated. The sky dimension originally had this top-down light from the overworld, so you get like shadows and caves and such. But performance-wise, it didn't work. It was extremely slow. So we removed the sun. Now everything is evenly lit unless you have a torch." After more time without announcements of the sky dimension, Jeb basically came out and said that they're no longer working towards adding it into the game. It's assumed that most of the sky dimension that was worked on was eventually turned into the End, which is also a floating sky island biome, and this is the final resting place of what once was the sky dimension. I mean, when you have developers come out and say they tried but it didn't work well, I think it makes sense to cut the biome, especially with how ambitious it was. You could still see what this dimension would have looked like by using data packs in the game or by simply adding a mod that recreates the sky dimension, and I must say, from the mods and original images, it is kind of a shame we didn't get the sky dimension just because of how beautiful it would look. It would be all of the best views in Minecraft, but all of the time, and who doesn't want that?
Whoops.
Baldi's Basics fell into cult classic status pretty quickly, and there is surprisingly a lot to a game that looks like this. One of the most popular pieces of cut content from the game was a character/enemy known as Placeface. Placeface is a reskin form of the bully's head and heavily resembles a Mii character from the Nintendo Wii. Placeface is technically in the game, but is invisible and hidden from the player and has no actions that can affect the player, making him basically a cut character. He was one of the earliest characters developed before Baldi's Basics even began development and was used for AI testing. This test room can still be accessed in the game, meaning if you enter this jank-ass test room, you can finally face off against Placeface. He doesn't really do anything as he doesn't have a lot of programming, but there are scripts for him chasing you around. Considering the other characters in Baldi's Basics, Placeface seems like he'd fit in perfectly, honestly. But considering the bully is already present and they look similar, I can understand why he never made it into the game. Listen, I'm not going to do it because it's so stupid, but someone needs to make some Placeface placemats for their kitchen table just for the meme of it. Portal 2 was originally very different from what we know it as today in just about every department. The main reason for this was the presence of a character known as Mel, and I'm not talking Gibson. And she would have been the main protagonist instead of Shell in the final game. Her initial inclusion was to have a second human player for the two-player multiplayer in the game, but this was quickly replaced by the smart-ass robot duo Peabody and Atlas, which in turn also served the lore as these guys respawning constantly made more sense since they were easily replaceable robots, unlike humans when they die. Initially, Portal 2 was meant to be a prequel to the original Portal, and you would have played as Mel, who would have gone through the trials all the same as Shell in the first game. However, after negative feedback after playtesting over GLaDOS not recognizing the player, and it feeling so similar to the first game, they ended up going in another direction. After this playtest, they decided to completely scrap the prequel status of Portal 2, and instead went ahead making it a sequel and continuing Shell's story. Funnily enough, the developers left in voice lines for GLaDOS insulting the human duo in the multiplayer, and it weirdly still works for the two robots here.
Did you know humans frown on weight variances? If you want to upset a human, Just say their weight variance is above or below the norm.
Overall, the exclusion of Mel isn't
She's not
all
wrong.
that bad, as there have been fan creations that have taken her story into their own hands in a mod called Portal Stories Mel. So go check that out if this entry intrigued you. When it comes to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the list of characters who almost made it in the game but didn't isn't very long. I mean, of course you got your fan favorites, the Genos of the world. I mean, they got a lot of fighters in here, yet still no Walla. There are 2 fighters who almost got a place in Ultimate but were ultimately replaced for another fighter from their respective series. The first of these fighters was Alucard from the Castlevania series. He was considered, as Sakurai stated, he thinks he is one of the most popular Castlevania characters, but ultimately decided on Simon and Richter because he figured fans would prefer more characters with their move style. And I gotta say, even though the idea of Alucard would be dope, the last thing this game needs is another goddamn sword fighter. Plus, just use the shirtless Sephiroth skin and squint your eyes. There you go, it's Alucard. The next fighter who almost got a place in the game was Decidueye, who was replaced by Incineroar ultimately for the Gen 7 Pokemon representation. Unlike Alucard, where it'd be pretty easy to imagine what his moveset would be, the same can't really be said for Decidueye. Considering he is completely different from Incineroar, we missed out on what would have been a pretty unique fighter here. However, Sakurai stated that he was already looking for a character that he could make into a pro wrestler, and Incineroar fit that bill much more than Decidueye. Considering if these characters were in the game, they would have to replace the characters that are already in the game. I'm not going to say I'd rather these guys be in the game, but in a perfect world, these guys would have shown up anyway, or at least in one of the DLC packs. There's several reasons so far we've seen for content being cut, with some of the hardest to see being overpowered enemies. The Halo universe is already filled with a bunch of big-ass aliens to kill, but nothing I've seen has compared to the Flood Juggernaut. Just in terms of the design, this guy is clearly part of the Flood group of enemies, as he has one of the most surreal alien designs I've seen in Halo. Unfortunately for the Juggernaut, the developers had over-ambitious plans for him, of which would ultimately land the character cut from the final game. This enemy was meant to act as a mini-boss of sorts with a lot of health and even more moves on top of that. The Flood Juggernaut would have been devastating to fight against, as it would have been able to one-hit the player with either of its large tentacles. It could also one-hit you if it landed on you after jumping. This thing would have been a huge bullet sponge, as your best bet to take it down would have been explosives like grenades and rocket launchers. Unfortunately for the design team, it was just too much of an undertaking to implement the character, and he was left out of Halo 2. It wasn't the end for this enemy, as it ended up being used in Halo Fireteam Raven, an arcade rail shooter, which, man, it's quite the downgrade, but at least he made it into a game at the end of the day. In a game like Among Us, the character color doesn't actually matter in the overall gameplay of the game, but has quickly become a point of discussion, with certain colors seeming more trustworthy than others. One color that isn't even usable is one of the most sought-after colors, known as Fort Green, and it would only appear as a placeholder color while the server waits for the player to connect. This would be accompanied by question marks for their name before the connection was successful and their true color was chosen. This seems like a nothing thing since it only appears on the screen for a couple seconds, but when it was removed in a later update, there were people who noticed. Since it was technically never in the game, I mean, how sad can you be? And it's also a shade of green when the game already has 2 other shades of green. So what are we really even talking about here? Undertale has a large number of cut enemies, of which we'll talk about a few in the next couple of entries, starting with Doge. Very much like the other dog in armor in the game, Lesser Dog, Doge would have worked very similarly, where to pacify them, you had to pet them and do other dog stuff, with one of their actions being a unique walk action. It's likely Doge would have been connected to Lesser Dog, as they both share design similarities as well as gameplay mechanics, i.e. how you fight them. According to the art book for Undertale, Toby the developer removed Doge due to her design not matching the other characters, as described to be too detailed compared to the rest of the unit. I do like the unique design of Doge, and it doesn't feel super out of place, seeing how many dogs there are in the game, but yeah, compared to the other dogs, this one looks too much like a real-life dog to really fit. Doge wasn't the only enemy that was cut from Undertale's world, as we take a look at the next entry. The Royal Guard was once rolling a lot more deep than they appear in the final game, as Royal Guard 3 and 4 were both removed. They would have shared the same battle similar to the first 2 Royal Guards and would have had a very similar attack pattern with a couple of small changes. The pacifist way to take these guys down is quite odd and quirky, where you have to keep interacting with their gloves until you remove them, revealing that they both are wearing their best friend bracelets, which makes them diffuse the tension between them, resolving the fight as they decide to go get ice cream to celebrate their making up. Hell yeah. Again, this seems like the exact thing you'd run across in Undertale, but seeing as you already face 2 other Royal Guards, it's likely these guys were moved just due to the repetitive nature of the battles. I do like the designs of the guards, as they are unique from the other guards, making them an absolute unit if they ever rolled 4 deep. They need to watch Fan 4 Stick, then they'll know truly how to work as a team. If walking turrets weren't bad enough, developers thought it was a good idea to try and make another overpowered turret work, this time in Portal 2. These are known as hover turrets, and rather than taking on the form of other turrets in the series, it resembles that of the curiosity cords you can find during the final battle with GLaDOS. There are early screenshots that show the turret being able to be carried around and how they would be able to hover, quote unquote. They would have been suspended on wires from the roof and be able to trace the player with lasers tracking them if they get too close. The code for the hover turret still exists in the back end, but the original model is missing, causing a giant error texture to appear instead if you ever tried to put this thing into the final game. This is easily fixed with a mod you can get that restores the original model, so you can finally blow your face off playing with a hover turret in the test room. Team Fortress 2 has a nice banquet spread of classes and characters to play as. You could probably find one that suits your needs, but there was a chance there were going to be more in the game. Of the ones that didn't make it, we know about the existence of 3, which we'll break down shortly. Team Fortress 2 seems to be dead nowadays in terms of updates anyway, but back in its heyday, the want for new content was so real, with even some rumors of new classes being added. But alas, the base classes would be the only ones even to this day. Some of the worthy candidates lay in the back end, with one of the most notable ones being the Civilian. This character class is from the first Team Fortress and was meant to return as a playable payload in a new game mode in Team Fortress 2 known as VIP Escort. Unfortunately, Civilian nor the new game mode made it into the game, and there is very little evidence of the Civilian in the game's back end, besides it using a copy of the Scout's character model. The next cut class was known as the Commander and was meant to hang back and be more tactical, providing air support and communicating with the front line. In an interview with Robin Walker, he stated, "Our initial versions of TF2 were focused on trying to build a game around the concept of a commander, a single player who had a real-time strategy view of the battlefield. He would be responsible for building structures and providing a unifying strategy for the team, but there were significant design challenges involved. For instance, how do we design the game such that the commander can have fun at the same time ensure that the players down on the ground can have fun? How do we ensure that the players and the commander value output of each other? How do we ensure that the game is still fun if you have a terrible commander, or conversely, if you're a great commander with a terrible team?" Well, man, they still haven't figured that one out. I can tell you that 100%, man. We're still dealing with that even to this day.
You know, our job, our role, please.
How the fuck is this our fault when we're on the fucking point and you're over here doing God knows what?
Nobody can get. I'm the only one with fucking picks on the team besides the Magic.
So ultimately, this class was cut due to implementing complications, and instead the coaching feature replaced the need for this class in the end. Lastly, there were plans to add female variants for every class, headed by designer Drew Wolf, who made several concept images for the gender variants for all of the classes. The only model that was ever found in the back end for the game was for the soldier, but it was never officially added to the game, and the decision ultimately fell through, cementing Team Fortress as a certified sausage fest. As I've stated, I'm a noob when it comes to these types of games, so anyone who's played TF2, let me know down below what you guys think of these cut characters and if you think they would have made worthy additions to the game or not. Mario Kart 64, or as it was known in its beta phase, Super Mario Kart R, had some notable differences from the final release, most notably being the character replacement of Kamek. Early character selection screenshots reveal that Kamek was one of the 8 playable characters, but was ultimately replaced by Donkey Kong in the final game. Gotta say, it was a worthwhile replacement, but I still can't lie, Kamek would have gone really hard in this game. Also, I'd like to say Kamek isn't the only thing that's different about this character selection screen. It looks like every character here was just lined up in police custody and given a fake wheel to try and find out who did a Grand Theft Auto down off Toad's Turnpike. Kamek has since been added in via mods and has even made an appearance in games like Mario Kart Tour, but I don't know if that one really counts. But he did finally appear in Mario Kart 8 during a DLC pack, finally coming full circle and regaining his place in the race. I wonder if he's a nuisance towards Donkey Kong for taking his place all the way back then. I mean, everyone hates Donkey Kong in that game. He's such a little bitch. This next entry had potential to be one of the strangest crossovers they'd ever done, where they would have added an R-Wing from the Star Fox series into The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. That's right, a fully modeled, fully usable R-Wing from Star Fox 64 is in Ocarina of Time's backend and is fully fightable. While it seems like it was cut last minute, it was actually used as an early placeholder that would eventually be replaced by the boss enemy known as Volvagia, who used similar tracking to the R-Wing. This being the case, it's easy to replace the boss's model with the original R-Wing model to recreate this crazy-ass crossover. Hey look, this was the first ever attempt at a 3D Smash Bros. Game, and it goes hard as hell, I can't lie. As far as placeholders that eventually got cut, this one hurts the most, as this would have been epic as hell to see. And yeah, it would have been totally out of place in the game, don't get me wrong, but maybe if they added it in a secret room as a Easter egg boss fight, that would have been iconic, man. Regardless, it's cool to see these development methods like this, especially combining assets from classic games like these. Look, someone even modded in where you can fly around as the R-Wing and fight. You don't even have to be Link anymore. You can be the R-Wing. If you were lucky enough back in the day to play an early version of NBA Jam in the arcades, you were able to experience a crossover that might even be cooler than the R-Wing one we just talked about. In the first two revisions of NBA Jam, you could access secret characters that included a Grim Reaper, an ape Viking named Congo, and a few of the Mortal Kombat characters. Considering both games were arcade superstars, it's not surprising they'd want to have a crossover, and it seemed to have worked out great. That was, of course, until the NBA themselves found out and forced the developers to remove the secret characters. I'm unsure if it was based on the mature nature of the Mortal Kombat characters, or just the goofy-ass nature of running around the court as a Viking monkey. I mean, the first thing I think of when I think of Mortal Kombat characters being in NBA Jam is just Shaq getting fatality'd and brought down to hell by Scorpion, only for him to rip out his heart. So I can't blame them if they wanted to represent a more realistic game of basketball here. However, the work that the developers put into this Easter egg that could have just simply been a reskin of other characters really makes it hurt that it got removed after the second revision of the game. Not only did the secret characters all have custom stats that were usually up to par or better than the best players in the game, but they could also pull off fatalities. You'd have to first put in a code on the character select screen, but after that you'd get a confirmation and you could start pulling off a fiery finisher on players during a game. This is the only fatality, and it doesn't actually kill the player or take them out of the game or anything, but rather shows a cool animation where the player is lit ablaze in a cartoony style. I feel like crossovers of this caliber can never happen today, and for the same reasons. Unless you're Fortnite, you're not going to see Blanca tearing it up on a Mario Kart track anytime soon. There's just too many conflict of interests. During the rough development process that was Metal Gear Solid 5's development, of course we have some content that should have been in the game but was cut due to time constraints and other issues. A huge piece of the story was an extra mission known as Episode 51 that would have filled in some plot points that were left unanswered in the final game. This is mainly what happened to the Metal Gear known as Sahelanthropus after the Children gang ended up taking it. I played Metal Gear Solid 5, and I gotta say, even if I just 100%ed it yesterday, I don't know if I could tell you what the fuck's going on in this game. So I don't actually know the significance of the mission and the overall story, but to those who were able to find out what the fuck's going on, it seems like it should have been in the game. The mission was cut pretty early into the development and was meant to be used as a story DLC to wrap up the missing points in the story. But of course, with the messy public development of MGS5, that never came to fruition. Instead, upper-level personnel at Konami made the call to scrap the mission entirely and threw all of the work of the mission onto a Blu-ray disc that covered the development of the game that shipped with the limited edition of Metal Gear Solid 5. With everything this game went through, I'm honestly surprised we're not missing more from the game. But for there to be a whole-ass mission missing that seemed like it was mostly done seems like another big blunder for Konami at the time. One that many may not even have realized was cut and just assumed Metal Gear Solid 5's story left that much unsaid on purpose. I mean, it is Kojima we're dealing with. Nothing's black and white with him. That's all to say, if you could follow the story, which, I mean, the second I saw this, the game fucking lost me, man. A pretty crazy Mandela effect occurred when an image of the animatronics from the first Five Nights at Freddy's game surfaced that showed all of them staring at one of the security cameras. Many players are convinced they've seen this screen in the game, even though the image is
not in the game, it's in the
to have it actually
trailer.
pop up in the game, and only exists in the back end. Some think that these people are confusing this image with the image of Freddy staring into the camera from the final game, but some are still convinced it's available in the mobile version. Listen, I'd rather not fact check this and download FNAF on my phone, but perhaps it's in the mobile version, who knows? Maybe one of you guys know. Regardless, it's a pretty disturbing image, especially when considered you'd be switching between cameras with a chance it jump scares you with all of them just staring past your soul. Listen, the image of Freddy catching you coming home at 2 a.m., breaking into your own house, it's already ominous enough, but you get his buddies in there with him, and all of a sudden you feel like it's the worst sleep paralysis nightmare you've ever had. Then you add on top of the collective Mandela effect with so many players thinking they've seen this strange image in the game, you got an interesting piece of cut content here. Nintendo is known to bend to censoring certain things to attain better age ratings for better sales, and this applies to any aspect of any game. One of the more risque Nintendo characters, unsurprisingly, comes from the Fire Emblem series, and after past drama with censoring the character in Fire Emblem Awakening, another case of censorship popped up for the character, this time being in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. The character was pretty prominent in the 3DS Fire Emblem game, so having a trophy of the character in the 3DS Smash Bros. Game just made sense. However, developers may have made it too much like her original design, as it caused it to be removed before the game's final release. The trophy was originally seen in the game fully modeled in the ESRB leak for the game, where you could see the trophy in a set of screenshots, where it was clearly there at some point. Fans were quick to notice the trophy's absence from the game when it came out, and they quickly assumed it was removed to obtain the E10 plus rating it has instead of the typical T for teen rating. While this does sound like something Nintendo would totally do, there has been no official confirmation of why the trophy was cut. All things considered, unless this is your favorite Nintendo character, which I gotta say, you chose her over Chunky Kong, what the fuck's wrong with you? Then I don't think it's a huge deal to get into a fit over. It's a trophy in a fighting game. What, did you guys want to pull your route to a Smash Bros. Trophy? What are we talking about? Talk about the most down bad goonin' you've ever seen, dude. Back to the world of Cuphead real quick. We're talking about a smaller and lesser known piece of cut content known as turret birds. These would have been small minions who would have worked under the Wally Warbles boss fight. They would have been henchmen who would have stayed during the whole boss fight and acted as turrets who gunned down Cuphead, adding even more projectiles to this godforsaken boss. These would act very similar to the blimps from the Hildeberg fight, but were undefeatable. We could see modded footage of what these guys might have looked like in the fight, but unfortunately it never got a model made, so the modder just has a texture of the developer's head instead. As someone who's mastered the Wally Warbles fight, even to me, adding these turrets in would have made the boss fight even more of a bullet hell than it already is, and way too fucking hard. In terms of being annoying, the whole fight has plenty of tough phases. I couldn't imagine him having turrets equipped while doing all of this. I would have liked to see what these guys would have looked like, though. I'd like to think it's just be buff eagles that would have Gatling guns or something, but who knows, it'd probably be a little closer to this loser right here. When it comes to the Telltale games, it's no surprise that the stories go through a lot of changes throughout development as they lean heavily on telling a story, so changing the story to flow better is almost necessary in games like this. Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 1 had its fair share of huge story changes that would have completely changed how the game went and the fates of certain characters. I'll just cover a few of the bigger story beat differences, but there are quite a few, and it's fun to imagine what the game would have been like had these changes not happened. All your favorite characters died. Oh wait, that happened anyway. Kitty was supposed to die when he was saving Ben or Krista, but instead he got to live a little bit longer, just a little bit. Your boy was out there for a little bit longer. Then there was Lily, who was supposed to show up at the RV in episode 5 and might have helped out Clementine there. The character Molly was supposed to kill herself, but this was removed, probably for being too graphic or something. But yeah, those are some of the bigger changes that might have affected the final story of Season 1 of The Walking Dead. And as it's been a long time since I played the first season, I do forget smaller details, but in a game like this, tripping on a rock could spell your fucking doom. So these changes would have made a completely different experience, for better or worse. Alright, that'll do it for today's video. We'll cover the next 2 layers in the next video, and we'll go from there. Thanks for watching, and if you'd like to see other Iceberg content, check out my playlist down below to see them all. And I'm talking all of them, even the shitty first ones I did. In the meantime, if you'd like to check out my other content, I do gameplay videos, list videos like creepy Easter eggs, bad endings in games, all that good stuff. And other content on my members channel if you'd like to support the channel in another way, that's there as well. But that'll be it for me today. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Bye-bye, mister. Let me get this done real quick. And that one's going nuts! That is probably the best looking flower I've ever made. Damn. Okay, let me find us another video. What? Let's see what we got. Ooh, maybe we should watch a Zero Lenny video. His videos are really fun. Would he be mad if I did that though? Is it really 10:36? Wow. That's my phone's at 5%. Oop. There we go. I'm gonna put that right there. Didn't realize this was taking me so long. Then again, I did start pretty late. Oops. Brutal Moose! Let's watch Brutal Moose. You like Brutal Moose? Right? You like Brutal Moose. I like Brutal Moose. Let's watch some Brutal Moose. There it is. I was like, where's the video? Let me put out the link too so you guys can like it.
You can get the chicken America loves and the chicken America wants. Because now you can buy a whole chicken, double chicken, that's slow chicken, so it's always the chicken America loves. And we guarantee 100% chicken.
Chicken? Go like it.
Plop. I'm back. My name's Chef Ian
Whoops.
Brutal Foods, and I haven't eaten anything in 5 months. And I'm about to break that streak with some Boston Market frozen meals. I was honestly never a huge fan of Boston Market as a child, but maybe these nearly expired frozen feasts will change my mind. Today I will be tasting the Boston Market Salisbury steak, the chicken parmesan, and of course the beef steak and pasta. All 3 very scary meals, especially because I haven't eaten a frozen dinner since
the incident.
I'm not sure my stomach is really equipped for this, but let's get started. Salisbury steak in a savory beef gravy with rotel pasta in a creamy 3-cheese sauce. Out of all of the frozen meals that I've tried, Salisbury steak seems to be the most reliable food format. It's also an excellent source of protein, which is maybe the only positive thing I'll say all day about it. I will say though, I'm not the biggest fan of mac and cheese. I think I've said this before, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Oh boy, that looks frozen. I'm actually a little surprised. It's been long enough since I've opened one of these that I'm actually a little bit surprised. Like, I get it, you know, mac and cheese, it's gonna look different when it's frozen because the cheese hasn't melted. But that doesn't mean that I have to love how it looks. Because it looks weird. It looks, honestly, a little more like ramen to me than noodles. I can actually smell it, though. Like, maybe not. I feel like I smell the mac and cheese. This is an airtight seal, so I don't really see how that's possible. But something smells cheesy.
GBZ.
All right, Salisbury steak. It smells pretty good. You know, I haven't smelled the smell in quite some time. Basically smells like a mixture of beef, gravy, and sadness. Let's dig in. Oh, so wet. Love a drippy meal. Everyone loves a drippy meal. Guess I'll just put this in here. I don't have anywhere else to put this. It's going in here. Well, the cheese definitely needs to be stirred. Oh, no. Cheese is very watery. Cheese is very chicken. Reminds me a little bit of a wet nacho cheese just by the looks of it. Not really by the smell of it. Just smells like cheese. You know, it's not repulsive. It's very wet. I would say that the flavor is mild. It's got like a hint of cheese. It's mostly water, but there's some cheese in there. I've had worse. As not a very big fan of mac and cheese, I'm gonna label this mac as okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna downgrade it. The more I eat, the more I feel like I don't love it. I'm gonna downgrade it to kind of okay, which is still pretty good. But let's take a look next door over here. The star of the show, the Salisbury steak. You know, sometimes they put marking. Oh, there they are. I was gonna say. Sometimes they put fake grill marks on the meat, and yep, there it is. I like the touch. I know it's fake, but I prefer to see those grill marks on there. Yep, that's Salisbury steak. It's kind of like being back at a cafeteria. It kind of tastes like cafeteria food to me now. I mean, it's pretty good. It tastes exactly as it looks, like a lump of miscellaneous meat smushed together for my pleasure. Would I stand for line in it? No. Would I eat it in a food emergency? Also no. I actually am pretty hungry today, so it's doing a good job of filling me up. Pretty standard fare for a Salisbury steak, I'd say. I honestly think the biggest drawback of this meal is the mac and cheese. I would just prefer to have a nice, you know, stash of mashed potatoes here. Pretty good. That is a solid Salisbury steak. If you're a fan of frozen Salisbury steak, you won't be disappointed by this one. And if you like mac and cheese, hey, this might end up being the meal for you. When you look at the reviews of this, though, it's kind of taken a beating. People don't really love this Salisbury steak meal. This review here seems to imply that an older version of this meal used real mushrooms, and that made me want to kind of search around for anything that looked like a mushroom, and you know, I'm not able to find anything. Like, is this a mushroom? Not really sure. No, it wasn't. Oh, here we go. This was substantial. This is a substantial lump of something. I think that was a mushroom. The gravy tastes like wet dog food, so does the Salisbury steak for that matter, and you can't even tell the mushrooms are mushrooms. They look like bits of wet bread and taste about the same as wet bread. Accurate. From box to plate, it is a very vague experience, vaguely reminiscent of good mac and cheese, vaguely reminiscent of gravy and meat that is the correct shape. I'm just gonna go ahead and take a guess and say that this is gonna be the best meal of the three. I've always been a fan of the Salisbury steak, so I decided to start with the least intimidating. But now it's time to move on. It's time to get intimidated. Next up is chicken parmesan.
Chicken.
Lightly breaded all white meat chicken on a bed of fresh pasta in a rich marinara sauce. You know, usually I feel like these things have quotes on the box about how delicious they are. I see no such quotes on this box. All they're willing to brag about is that this is all white meat chicken. Now, chicken parmesan seems like a really tricky meal to make as a frozen experience. It is a clear combination of two very different textures. You've got the gooiness of the noodles and the sauce mixed with that crispy outside of the chicken. The question we have to ask ourselves here is, do we think that a microwave meal will be able to produce a crispy chicken parmesan? My guess is no. You know, this picture here, the top on the chicken, looks a lot like a Lunchables pizza to me, and I think that's a great sign. Looks like a lasagna. Looks very lasagna-esque. I will say that it does look immediately more appealing than the Salisbury steak did. There's a lot more going on here. You've got the noodles, you've got the cheese, you've got the chicken, you've got the sauce. It all looks pretty good. It's just that one crispy question that looms. But let's get started. Let's cook it up. Let's cook it up. Let's cook it up. All right, chicky parm, a good old chicky parm. It's quite warm. This looks pretty, I don't know. I feel like this looks okay. I've had good luck with the frozen spaghetti in the past, so that should be fine. It's mostly this chicken that I'm not jazzed.
That is probably the best looking flower I've made. I hate it here. Looks so soft. Grabby hands.
Has no sauce on it. I'm gonna go for that first because I think it's gonna be the crispiest. Come on. Hate it. Smushy. No. This is literally the opposite of what I want any type of fried chicken to be. It's very wet. The breading, especially on the bottom, very, very soggy. Not even a hint of a crunch remaining. In fact, on the bottom, the breading has basically come completely off just because of how wet and soggy it is. I'm honest, I'm barely even tasting it. I'm so focused on the texture that I can't taste it. It tastes like marinara sauce with a little bit of cheese, just a little bit. I guess I have to go in for at least one more to make sure. I'm trying to figure out if I can taste the chicken. They're bragging about their all white meat chicken, and it's about the tiniest, saddest little piece of chicken I ever did see.
Scales here. It doesn't look right.
I really don't like it. The breading and the cheese and the sauce is almost this gelatin consistency. It's like a piece of thin chicken wrapped in a marinara flavored jello. That is how I would describe this, and I'm not into it. The spaghetti's not much better. Very wet, very noodly, very flavorless. I feel like with a lot of marinaras, you can tell just visually if it's a nice, thick and tasty marinara or if it's a watery, sad marinara. And it's pretty clear which one we have here, I think.
He said no.
It's a shame that I dislike the chicken so much because it's really where all of the flavor is. The noodles, despite how nice and seasoned they look, don't really taste like much. It's just not good. It's not good. The sauce isn't good. The noodles aren't good. About the only thing I really want to eat is the all-white meat chicken, but I can't get to it because it's in a jello of gross. If we remove the breading, right? Let's remove the breading. In the culinary industry, we call this food surgery, and it is encouraged. In fact, this is considered to be a very fancy way to eat your meal. You just gotta remove the parts that you don't like, and eventually you'll be left with, doesn't that look good? See, that's what I don't want to eat. This right here, this is the breading on the chicken that was surgically removed. Yeah, it looks gross. Now we've got a chicken with less breading. The chicken's not bad. If you can get to it, the chicken's not bad. Everything else, absolutely terrible. The second saddest thing I've ever put in my mouth. Well said, mystery reviewer on Walmart.com. You know, I noticed on Walmart.com they seem to have hid the review section. I don't know if they did that to specifically hide it from me, but I was personally offended.
Silly time.
Nobody makes chicken like Boston Market. Now, Boston Market chicken is ready in your freezer.
Now, I was led to believe by watching all of these Boston Market commercials as preparation for this video that chicken is Boston Market's their big thing. They used to be called Boston Chicken. That's how much chicken means to them. And I kind of think this is a disgrace. I think that if Mr. Boston, the founder of Boston Market, were to see this chicken today, he would cry, I guess. I actually don't know anything about Boston. Beef steak! Beef steak! Beef steak and pasta. Everybody loves a good beef steak and pasta. What is the difference between a beef steak and steak? Not sure. Maybe it's just for clarification, so it's not a pork steak, it's not a chicken steak, it's a beef steak and pasta with malfada pasta and mushrooms smothered in a savory brown gravy. The feature here is slow-cooked prime beef roast rib. I'm a big fan of mushrooms, I'm a big fan of savory gravy, and I'm a huge fan. Okay. I feel like I really need to give up the idea that one of these frozen meals is actually gonna look appetizing out of the box, because they never do. It looks fine. You got noodles, you got beef steak, presumably, and then you got gravy. That's what they said would be in here, so I'm not surprised to find it there. It's frozen. It's cold. It's beef steak. Somebody fucking end me already. This might do it. This smelled awful while cooking. It didn't smell like a nice gravy.
Silly dragon.
It didn't smell
Silly
like
baby.
a nice beef steak. It just smelled nasty. Looks very brown. It's a very rustic
The door
looking
opened
meal.
again.
It's just so wet. These are
Give me a second.
really thick noodles. So slimy. Just slimy. I don't want a slimy noodle. It's like these are overcooked, too mushy. I'm not sure. You know, it's not bad. As shocking as it is, that's not too bad. It reminds me of a nice, slow roasted beef something or another. Out of all three meats today, this one is by far and away my favorite. It doesn't feel like an amalgamation of different grounded meats like the Salisbury steak does, and it's also not coated in a disgusting gelatinous paste like the chicken Alfredo. This is like a nice roast. It feels like a
There we
real
go.
piece of meat, and I enjoy eating it. Not too shabby. I'm gonna continue.
Silly time.
It reminds me of a nice beef stew. I was ready for this to be my least favorite one, but that's really good. The problem is that this tasty beef steak, you have to dig through these disgusting, sloppy noodles to find it. The noodles are what, 70, 75, maybe even 80% of this meal, and I think they're disgusting. But before I even realized I'd done it, I've picked through the entire meal and eaten every single piece of beef steak from this meal. Voluntarily. Well, if you're a fan of beef steak and you're a fan of disgusting noodles, this is your meal right here. I'll try another noodle. Maybe I just need to give the noodles a more chance. No, I really don't like them. Just not a big pasta guy. I like a ravioli, a stuffed ravioli, but just a floppy noodle.
The hell happened
Not
here?
really my thing. there we have these 3 frozen Boston Market meals. I gotta say, they were fine. I honestly think the biggest crime of some of these frozen meals is that they're pretty much indistinguishable from any other brand. So if this is more expensive than a Banquet or a Hungry Man, I don't know that you go for any of this. I don't think that the Boston Market label makes it any better of food. In fact, I'm not sure that Boston Market has a hand in preparing this food at all. At the end of the day, though, Boston Market is known for its home-styled cooking, and this is pretty much the opposite of that. Now, if I'm gonna rank these, chicken Parmesan easily last place. I would not feed this to my worst enemy. To my worst enemy, I would feed nothing, and they would die in a hole, a pit, or a well of some sort. The bigger decision is beef steak versus Salisbury steak. And both beefs I enjoyed. This was a higher quality beef, but I still like a Salisbury steak. It tastes weird, but in a way that I like. The problem's in the pasta. This has wet, runny mac and cheese, which I actually kind of liked. Like these long tapeworm
he's looking
looking
a little bit
noodles
more.
that I just hated. It's tough. I think if I had to pick a meal, I'm talking whole meal, I gotta sit down and eat it for dinner.
There we go.
I'm going with the Salisbury steak because it's more beef. It might not be as good quality, but it's still pretty tasty. And I didn't hate the side. I think I could get through most of the mac and cheese and kind of, like trick myself into enjoying it. I'll just lie to myself enough saying, oh, you like it, you like it, you like it, and eventually it'll be gone.
Little baby looks better now.
And that was Boston Market. I did not enjoy my trip to frozen Boston Market. I wouldn't really recommend it to anybody. But if you're a fan of frozen food and you choose to visit frozen Boston Market, let me know how that goes for you. Thanks for watching this episode of Brutal Foods. I'm happy to be brutal back, and I hope you enjoyed this Brutal Foods experience. HelloFresh. This video sponsored by HelloFresh, the #1 meal kit. It beats the rest. And now I'm gonna tell you about HelloFresh. HelloFresh. Named my first child after HelloFresh.
Oh shit.
We make the meals together, and I must confess that HelloFresh saves me time and stress because of its quick and easy recipes, including 20-minute meals, easy cleanup, and low prep options. HelloFresh. Affordable cooking with the HelloFresh. As tasty as a restaurant down to delicious. And if you've got any of those weird food things, they're conscious about that too. HelloFresh. Dedicate your life to HelloFresh. Try as you might, you can't resist. And if you set any healthy eating goals for this year, it's a great way to avoid ordering in every night. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code BrutalMoose16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. That's HelloFresh.com, code BrutalMoose16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts.
Ah, yeah. We gaming. Look at the little baby. He looks so cute. Alright, one last short video, and I believe I should be done then. Did I already send the video link for this one? I don't think I did. Go like it! We can watch a Up Is Not Jump. That should be enough, yeah? Sending the video early. Go like it. Or I'll fight you.
Hello, so when I originally uploaded this video, it was all fuzzy for some reason, but now it's in 1080p. I've also color corrected a load of the scenes because I didn't used to do that, and I've removed any copyright music, so the video is now monetizable. Anyway, it's all fixed now, so enjoy.
Thank you, Boo.
Is about a man named Arthur with the ability to skin any animal alive in the space of about 3 seconds. Good lord, Arthur. I mean, skinning a rabbit for him is like doing that fucking tablecloth trick. Alley-up! Alley-up! Actually, let's quickly talk about a previous Rockstar game. Back in 2013, Rockstar Games released GTA 5, a game about 3 psychopaths murdering their fellow Americans. The game was majoritively overseen in Scotland and left us all wondering, is this really what the game industry is turning into? Now, I know what you're thinking, but I've got these now. You ain't going anywhere. If you like GTA 5, that's fine, honestly. I just happen to think these games are a systematic symptom of the ongoing destruction of mainstream media, conditioning us into becoming brain-dead morons incapable of independent thought.
Jeez. To pick up cheese, press square for 2 seconds, then hold left until your inventory opens, then click on cheese to eat it. Cheese will increase your health, stamina, intellect, run speed, block, piloting ability, drunkenness. I'm gonna leave. Not before this cutscene. Cheese is made from milk. The amount of gradient used depends on the cheese desired. For acid cheese is an acidic source such as acetic acid.
To be a bit more transparent about what I mean, here is a summary of a typical mission in a larger AAA game. Mission starts, watch cutscene, go to place, follow path there in car for 2 minutes, press square to climb, walk for 2 minutes, go to specific points on map one by one, watch cutscene, kill fellow sentient human beings, you have health in this game, get on bike, go to specific point on map, increase driving skill. But driving skill makes you better at driving. Watch cutscene, mission in. Now you can still argue that these new big games aren't all about the gameplay. They're a product of some of the most talented game designers in the world, striving to push the technological and narrative elements of gaming as a whole.
What do I want to do for the background?
Put it like that. Red Dead 2 ultimately continues this similarly restrictive mission design from previous Rockstar games. But before I get into things, I just want to say I do like this game. I highly recommend it.
Wait a minute, I better get dressed quickly. Oh, you know what? This is way too hot.
All the things I say in this video aside, it is a landmark on what is technologically possible within video games, and it has an Into the Spider-Verse level of visual creativity, whatever that movie was. Oh my god, it's so good! It's so good! Car Horse 2 begins quite slowly, as is the pattern for Rockstar games. Like GTA 4, I've heard mixed things about this beginning, as it takes 5 or so hours before you're free to explore the map. But rather than driving your cousin to the fucking grocers for 3 hours...
You're driving us to a hardware store on Dillon Street.
I feel this opening actually captures the spirit of an old movie and properly introduces us to the dynamic of Arthur's gang and their view of the world. Arthur actually feels like a well-rounded character if you choose to play up to his level of humility shown in the cutscenes. Not like Michael from GTA 5 who plays like Michael Bluth Don fucking Tony Montana.
You fucking motherfucker! Say hello to my little friend!
Arthur convincingly views his place in the world with a cynical dual morality and justifies his actions as necessities to keep himself and those around him safe until I'm holding the controller. Within the confines of the story, it all works very well. Until, of course, we reach the inevitable jailbreak mission where Arthur murders an entire town filled with innocent people. Oh dear. Honestly, it's fucking bananas! I do what I gotta do to survive. But this person doesn't have a face anymore. In this mission, this town is 1,000,000% justified in trying to kill me. In their eyes, and mine too, to be honest, I just waltzed into town and started murdering every sheriff I could get my hands on. I'm pretty sure this guy was just a blacksmith. Well, I helped out this woman earlier. At least I'm a little bit more complex. This'll teach you to innocently protect your town against numerous psychopaths who are trying to kill your family for no discernible reason. Somehow I feel Geralt in The Witcher 3 got away with doing terrible things a little better. I'm of course referring to the moral choice where you free the soul of a monstrous evil tree heart for reasons. Oh, this was definitely the right thing to do. Bye-bye, evil tree spirit horse of death. The level of realism Red Dead 2 is going for in the mission cutscenes is so complex and nuanced that the actual actions outside of these cutscenes makes you come across as an absolute madman. Edgar Allan Poe gone Vlad the Impaler. Your humbler moments of character, which are extremely touching and well done, are all lost in a sea of literal death. I mean, Arthur comes across as more evil than the monster tree heart spirit from earlier. He certainly murders more people. Oh, and speaking of realism... Imagine growing up in the 80s and watching as gaming evolved from Monkey Island to Tomb Raider, Deus Ex to Bioshock, and then dedicating your entire life to studying and mastering all the new and adaptive 3D rendering tools and techniques. Then, after decades of practice, finally working your way up to the dizzying heights of a program.
That actually looks nice. I hate the background. I hate this.
Oh shit, I have an idea. If I just
I can't do grass.
and bring
Help.
this to fall down. Okay, all right. Now it's coming together. Now it's coming together. All right. I have been working all year. And this is all I have to show for it. You want more? You can't handle more.
Honestly, it feels like my horse shits every 30 seconds. Let's do a little experiment for science. Okay, so we've gathered up 5 horses here, and we're going to watch their asses for 10 minutes. Then we will collate our data at the end and calculate an accurate number of average poops per minute. Go. What am I doing with my life? This is what happens when you have too much money. One day I'll make enough videos and be able to hire someone to do literal acrobatics in the back of all my videos just to make me look frivolent. 1 million subscribers. Finally.
So guys, we did it. 1 million subscribers. I'd just like to thank myself for being so great.
Surely there's a limit on how far you can go with realism. If you introduce pooping, then surely I should be pooping too. Why am I not stopping every day for a poop myself? Oh god, it's happening! The level of realism in this game, outside of being able to walk through 4 consecutive bullets in a row, includes some of the most impressive things I've ever seen in a video game. It's honestly astonishing the level of detail put into this game, and it leaves you a little taken aback, in a good way. The looting, carrying objects, pushing through the bushes, recipes, skinning. But do we need all of this? Does any of this stuff actually make the game more fun? Does the mud leaving an exact imprint of everything that passes through it like a beautiful electronic canvas of wonder actually improve the game? I mean, it does bring me immense joy. Take me! The happiness I feel dragging a man through the mud and watching him slowly get more and more filthy, leaving a perfect trail of mud behind him, is all too real. Do it! Time to clean you off in the river, muddy pup. Uh-oh.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
I can't decide if having all this detail is actually okay, and let me explain what I mean. We all know deep down gameplay is one of the most important aspects of how fun a game is. Like, why is the hand-to-hand combat in this game so simple? Why is the tracking mechanic of legendary animals literally just pressing a button then following a series of prompts that appear on screen? These are gameplay elements with comparatively very little creative thought put into them. This is possibly the most dynamic world in a video game ever made, where animals actually leave physical trails, but the only way to actually track one of them is to be told exactly where to go step by on-screen prompts, yet I can go to the fucking theater. Who prioritized this? Was it you? Well, let's be fair. Let's sit down and watch this. What is happening to these games? Who would watch this and why? Teams of thousands of people paid presumably hundreds of thousands of pounds over the course of 8 years to animate what can extensively be described as...
Bear was sad because the fish were his friend.
At least the tennis in GTA 5 was a fucking game. Bland as a popcorn bagel, but at least you pressed buttons. Improve the hand-to-hand combat engine. Implement events with no gameplay. Create an innovative animal tracking system. Implement events with no... In a game designed by less than 1,000 people, someone would have quite rightly stepped forward at some point and said, wait a second, this is bullshit. Think of the subversive nature of Undertale. Options and events were included simply to mock the player for doing things in the game's context that made absolutely no sense. Shopkeepers quite sensibly being insulted when you try to sell them stuff in their own stores. Maybe in Red Dead 2, the theater doors could have locked and the ticket seller takes off with everyone's cash and no show is actually ever played on screen. Then by the time the player realizes it's too late and he's escaped. We'd quite rightly feel like total morons for trying to see a show in a video game depicting a dramatic recreation of the Wild West. But no, 50 people at Rockstar all sat around a table and one moron says, let's put shows in the game, and everyone else is too polite to say anything otherwise. Probably because the company was previously headquartered in the UK, where we apologize if someone walks into us.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I think I'd remove all these bells and whistles for a decent tracking system, but I gotta say the best moment this year was hooking up the Pro to a 4K TV and showing all my friends the animations for skinning a duck. Good god, Arthur, this isn't Temple of Doom, it's a mallard, not a fucking banana. And then once he's done with it, Arthur just disposes of his defiled bird. So basically, it's hard for me to decide whether or not I'm really on board for all this realism. It certainly does add a lot to my enjoyment of the game, so it's hard to argue against it. But even the way Arthur loots bodies and rooms, it looks simple, but I can only imagine the insane amount of work that went into how seamless picking up objects is, when I'm sure it would have just been perfectly acceptable to do this. While other areas of the actual gameplay are lacking finer details.
You know what? I've had enough of this vest as well.
Actually, speaking of The Witcher 3 again, one of the biggest obstacles in that game was slight falls. In this game, though, it's minor inclines. Fuck me, it's like Arthur has an inner ear infection. What the hell is going on here? This is beyond realism. I mean, I could get up there. I don't want to brag, but I'm a pretty agile guy.
I'm turtling. That's the word for this, right? Turtling.
Even the dirt effects on your face are incredible. In Red Dead 1, I would play poker for 20 hours straight while sipping whiskey inside and outside the game like a total badass.
Double down.
But now the mud stays on my face the entire poker game, so I can really get into character. Even the towns feel incredibly real, especially early on when they're filled with buildings with seemingly no use, like the post offices. You run across these all the time. Later on you learn if you talk to this guy inside, you can send mail. But what would I want to send? Oh.
I'm ready. Well, I sent it, but I haven't a fucking clue where it's got.
Khajiit's order has arrived.
I think you can probably tell that overall, I would say the incredible attention to detail in this game does ultimately make the game more fun. Especially when deciding on things like whether or not you should save this guy hanging off a cliff. The game's seamless animations make it so easy for you to get into character. Well, well, well. Looks like you're in a mighty fine bit of trouble. Don't you worry, though. I think we can... Oh my god, he's fallen! Benny! Ah! The most absurd detail is how Arthur has to actually smoke cigarettes in the game when he wants to refill his Deadeye meter. I know we're trying to be realistic here, but the Deadeye is a combat mechanic, so you end up smoking your way through every other gunfight like you've got some sort of deep-rooted nicotine dependence. I mean, look at this shit. It's the best looking game ever, okay? It's beautiful, it's realistic, while still being stylized. It's just how I like it. To show you what I mean, here's my usual graphics montage. You're probably used to this by now.
Almost heaven.
No, no, not that fucking song ever again. There we go, that's better. Let's use this one.
Mavi looks so cute looking at the flower.
Only one thing left to do. Let's just add the shading to this.
To really make it look like he's there.
Oh, for God's sake, can we get a cleaner in here? Unlike all the brilliant animations and impressive realism we spoke about earlier, I'm completely sure that these graphics do make this game better. You see, ever since the Genesis SNES wars, we knew deep down that graphics didn't actually matter. It was all about the gameplay. But this is now a whole different pile of shit. You see, I enjoy trips to art museums as much as the next person.
Ah, another triumph!
And this game is a living work of art. Sure, the PS4 Pro sounds like a wounded animal in a crashing helicopter when it turns on. There we go. But my god, it's trying. Excuse me, sir, I didn't realize this was Fallout 76. So here's where Organic Car Simulator and me start to disagree a little.
Flared jeans? Are you insane?
I don't have a specific problem with the story itself. The writing and voice acting are all incredible. I just find the way it's presented in the gameplay sections is inanely inorganic. Inanely inorganic. Fuck me. You know what's inanely inorganic? That fucking sentence. There's a specific mission where you are given a treasure map, but rather than work out where the treasure is, the game tells you exactly where to go. It honestly takes complete focus away from the amazing world that you're in. As a result, I literally spent half the game looking here instead of here. What a lovely day! I think the inorganic nature of the missions is more prevalent in Red Dead 2 because as a sequel, the game's mechanics are very similar to the first. The gritty western open world, its combat and the Deadeye mechanic felt very fresh in the first game, but it's all just been regurgitated here.
Oh my god, Sid, it's a black horse. It's you, in horse form. Finally, you can be my horse.
No.
Oh, never mind. He's got a white nose. He looks nothing like you. Unless...
Don't do it, human.
And if you do feel like going the whole hog and doing absolutely nothing, you can just enter cinematic mode, hold X, and you don't even have to play.
Red Dead Redemption is so fun.
However, where galloping car really shines is when the story or gameplay is presented to the player without any prompts or explanation. The absolute best part of the game for me was stumbling across a pig farm in the wilderness and entering without being told to. An entire scene then plays out from this point, and you're never once told what to do by the game. I won't spoil it, but it ends with this scene. 2 motherfuckers gone die tonight! To me, this proves how much better games can be when the player is able to work through them at their own pace without so much hand-holding.
Undertale explicitly makes this point, and you all love that so bloody much.
There are also random people scattered throughout the game you are free to meet without prompt, but I found them all to be quite similar. You just walk up to them, they get angry and tell you to leave, then you
Oh. Oh god.
Why do people keep dying around me?
I bought this for a previous video, but it was too big.
Imperfection is what creates perfection. Remember that pretentious scene in Inception where Jack tells Rose her dream form isn't good enough for him because she lacks all the imperfections that make her human? Well, here it is. Wait a minute, am I being pretentious now by trying to legitimize criticisms of a video game by referencing obscure scenes in movies that are in of themselves pretentious? I've fallen into some sort of pretentious inception.
Leo, help me!
Fucking tens! What are you all on? IGN Spain. This is utterly ridiculous. This is kind of where I've been going with this whole review. Red Dead 2 is good, but it ain't fucking perfect. Don't get me wrong, there are games I would give 10s to. FTL, Undertale, Minecraft, Agario. But these games are microcosms. Ooh, la-di-da. This is because they lay out a very specific gameplay style and execute the entire game within this style without any flaws. However, Witcher 3, in my opinion, is a far better game than any of those. It's longer, has more mechanics, is more in-depth, has better visuals, combat, and more detailed leveling up, but it has flaws. The middle of the game is about as interesting as manufacturing carpet. It may be my favorite game, but there is no way I could give The Witcher 3 a 10. It does far more than any of those other games, but that leaves more room for mistakes. Sure, by that logic, Beethoven's Fifth may be more flawed than Megalovania, but I take that risk.
Ooh, ooh.
There are, of course, hundreds of things I love about this game. I love how you keep a diary written in fucking cursive. Honestly, Arthur Morgan does not strike me as the literary type.
Today I left my horse on the train tracks. The colors.
To say that Red Dead Redemption 2 is perfect and cannot be improved on is irresponsible. Let's face it, even Sid can be improved on.
Hair's just get in the way, Sid.
Khajiit's time has come.
I just need to make the flower here stand out a wee bit more. not looking how I wanted it to. Well, I digress. Get rid of that. Alright. Technically speaking, I have finished.
Look at Mally. Look at him. He's so fucking cute.
I really like how this turned out. I really wanted to put like more scaly-esque things on his, like scale textures, what I mean, on his on his skin, but
I'll take it.
Also, ignoring the background, the flower looks really good too. Just can't see it. It's right here, I promise. Also, Mally looked like he's about to go in silly mode. I love it.
I love it. Silly modo.
Alright. With that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call la stream. Oh yeah, perfect time. Streaming for 4 whole hours. We watched a video, but we also did a cute fan art. I know I started out very, very late, but I would still like to thank everybody so much for coming to the stream. I'm glad we had some chill adventures, some chill fun, some vibing moments. Just sitting, drawing a cute little dragon baby. Good times, good times. Monday, if, and I have to emphasize the if everything goes well, on Monday, Mom will be playing Minecraft for the very first time. So, hopefully, hopefully everything will be a-okay when that comes around, because I kind of want to see how she's going to play Minecraft. So, no, yeah, that's pretty much it for Monday. I can't really remember if there's anything else I wanted to talk about, but I digress. I hope everyone has a good day or a good night, depending on where you're at. Stay cool or stay warm, because the weather be crazy out there. And I'll see everyone Monday.
Same time, same channel with some funny shit. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye bye. Have a good night, everybody. See you next week.